My sound is off. I need to finish my coffee. Thank you, Heather, for saying that so early, even though I blabbed on for quite a while there. It's okay, you missed nothing. I was simply telling you why I was going to be on the phone a lot this morning, and the brief version is I just have a lot of phone calls to make. And I repeatedly said, you guys really don't need to hear all about my things, and you don't. I'm so sorry. Like this is this is just how this day's gonna go. So let's just start early with the shenanigans. Anyway, back to what you do care about. I'm reading Bleak House. I started it this weekend. Do these motions seem familiar? And I have a chapter to read out of the Mysteries of Paris. That is all that I said that actually like is book related. The rest was me rambling on. So, yeah, let's hear what you guys have to say about my being muted. Yeah, I was muted. I'm so sorry. Good morning, Tia and Heather and Marcella. How good were you guys at reading my lips? Like, do I make my individual words well enough that you understood what I was saying? Did you guess at any of the things that I was discussing? Please let me know. I'm so sorry, guys. This is just gonna be a morning. Like, buckle in, prepare for the ride. Next time, I'll be sure to start with a lot more hand gestures so you have a lot more to go on when I'm still muted. Good morning, Christina. Reading Frankenstein. Oh, have you read Frankenstein before, Christina? Do you like it? If you've read it before, is it your first time? If so, I'm excited for you. If you're rereading it, I'm excited for you too. I love Frankenstein. Good morning, Karen. How are you? You're reading Song of Solomon. You just started it and really like it. Very good. I know, I'm sorry, Angela. I'll be able to tell in the comments when like finally my sound comes back on. And yeah, you're listening to Within Arm's Reach. Nice. And your goal is to finish today. Yay. Oh, and you're working. Okay. But you seem like you can do both at the same time. So good luck. And reading by any other name. How's that going? Yeah, and you guys would have to chat amongst yourselves while I just continue to be muted and just, dance in background. I wish I had been talking about something more exciting because it would have been all that much more fun. But yeah, I hope you're still liking your book, Anne. And hello, Gail. Yes, continuing to read oh, you're reading it as well, Gail. I didn't realize you were both reading it. Did you just start it? That's fun. And Deontay, hello. It is muted. It was. There's a little fuzz going around. Good morning, Diana. How are you? Starting with The Black Count. Ooh, I want to read that at some point. I think that story is so interesting. If you guys don't know, that's a nonfiction about, I think, Alexander Dumas, the author of The Count of Monte Cristo. I believe it was about his grandfather, who was known as the Black Count, who was one of Napoleon's well-known generals. I think it was a general. In fact, my son knew about him because my son's very fascinated by the Napoleonic Wars and has read a lot about it. So he was like, oh yeah, you didn't know that? And it's like, no. And yes, Gail wants to know, Anne, how you're liking the book. Good morning, Kathy. Spending the first sprint cleaning. I need to do that today as well. And then starting The Forgotten Life. Ooh, that sounds good. And Marcella has the week off. Yay! I'm glad you're able to join as well. You have a vlog to edit. Okay, so that's what you'll be doing for the first sprints. And you'll also had an idea to paint a wall. Oh, good luck with that. I wish I knew how to paint better or was more brave and would try it, because it is so much cheaper especially once you've like bought all the materials to paint your own walls than to have them painted. It's just time and effort. And I've helped someone paint a wall with lots of guidance, and like, I don't mind painting. I'm just not brave enough to do it on my own. And hello, Patty. You have the September book of the month, Mad Woman. Okay, nice. On deck after exercising. Very good. I hope you enjoy it. I'm sorry, Elkie. I did eventually turn the sound on. I know I'll be able to see by the timestamps how long I blabbed to myself. Lesson learned, Nicole. Less talking to yourself, more talking to you guys. And then I would discover that I was muted faster. And Marcella, oh, I know. No, I was not telling you anything interesting at all. That is truth right there. The most interesting thing I told you is that we're closing on our house tomorrow and we will get the keys to our new house tomorrow. That was exciting. All the rest just was talk about utilities. You're really enjoying your book and you wish it had chapters. Oh, interesting. I could understand that. Yay! Okay, it only took me 4 minutes to realize that I was muted. Very good. Well, we'll get into our first sprint soon. Oh, speaking of which, I need to bring up a timer. Yeah, there we go. Okay. And her book's all right. And good morning, Jackie. No, the silence was everyone. We're doing a silent reading sprint today where I won't even talk. And you're reading The Living Great Lakes. Ooh, that sounds interesting. And Gail's about 50% into the book. Ooh, oh, and you have book club on it next week. And the chapters would be nice. Yeah, that's going to be tricky. You're going to have to, everybody's going to have to talk about page numbers. And Donna Marie, hello, good morning. You were looking in one book last night and seeing something you wrote in it. Oh, oh yes, to remind me about the Muppet Watch-Along. Yes. Oh, that's good that you had that noted there. How did you work that one out? I'm very curious. Did you know you were going to be reading that book this month? But yeah. I still want to do that. And I found a note that I had written to myself about that. So apparently it's meant to be. So the idea is that at some point in the month of December is to host a watch along of the Muppet Christmas movie, the Muppet Christmas Carol specifically, which I absolutely love that movie. And I can't wait for that idea. And which means I have a couple of months left to figure out how to actually host a watch along. So that's exciting. But thanks for the reminder and keep reminding me. And you like chapters because it gives you a stopping point. Oh, that's true. Yeah. So you don't feel like, oh, should I keep reading? Yeah. And it kind of rounds things out better. That it's you're reading The Sacrifice. Oh, super fast YA horror. Ooh, that's always nice. Yes, so is that so you only figured out that however. That's so funny, Heather. Hi Brittany, how are you? Reading manga. You're first. My brain is different. You know, that sounds really funny. I get that's the title of your book, Brittany, but it just sounds like that's just what you're sharing with us today, is that your brain is different. And Livia says hi to Brittany and Anne. Hi, Livia. Yes, hello. Today we'll be mostly getting the furniture of the wall, off the wall and cleaning it. Yep. Okay, no actual painting. What color are you going to paint, Marcella? Do you know already? Let us know. Heather jumping on to say good morning. Good morning, Heather. Okay, you're working. Okay, we'll see you when you come in and out. You finished James and Huck. Yay! Yes. Do come chat on Storygraph. I put all my thoughts on both books, on both Storygraphs. And I put all my thoughts on Huck on Discord. And then I'm trying to decide whether I want to put all my final thoughts on both of them on Discord or do a video and just link the video on Discord. So if you guys have any opinions, let me know. I can either do all my thoughts on the comparison of James and Huck only on Discord, or I can do it as a video that I then link on Discord. I already said that. I'm repeating myself. Still need to finish that coffee. Those were my exact ratings too, Heather. I feel like those are probably a lot of people's ratings for both those books. And yay for the new house. I know. I'm super excited. Yes, it is a big deal. Yeah. I can't wait. Yes, thank you, Brittany. I know. I'm super excited. Like it'll be so nice to be out of this house. We still haven't caught Mickey. He's still roaming around. Recent evidence is that he was under our kitchen counters or inside our kitchen counters. Don't know how he got there. I'm thinking through the side cabinet that's connected to the dishwasher. Don't know how he got back behind there. And he doesn't seem to be living in the house. He seems to be like coming and going. Yeah, can't wait to get out. Oh, and then last week, the washing machine broke. Still isn't fixed yet. Will hopefully be fixed this week. So I'm having like privileged problems right now, such as I had to go to the laundromat last week for the first time since college, which was fine. I don't actually mind the laundromat, but then I was so unprepared, guys. So quick story time. If you have not been to the laundromat in a while, maybe watch a YouTube video or something on how to go to the laundromat. I didn't bring necessarily the right like laundry detergent because I brought Tide Pods because that somehow seemed easier to transport. I had too many baskets. I forgot they had the little wheelie things. I didn't bring any change, so then I had to switch laundromats to find one that accepted credit card, which I'm sure I looked like the most idiotic person at the laundromat paying with my credit card. But thankfully one had them. But it was the hottest laundromat in the world, powered directly by the fires of hell. Like, they may have had air conditioning, but it was probably blowing hot air. It was so warm in there. But in the years since I last went to the laundromat, apparently the machines have gotten faster. So it was very quick to do my like 7,000 loads of laundry because I could do them all simultaneously. So there is that. So I get why people go, like even if they can afford to have their own washing machine. But yeah, Dante Inner Circles experience. And a watch along for the Muppet movie, right? Yeah, the Muppet Christmas Carol. Yeah. And you wrote it in your notebook. And last night you were going through it. Oh, okay. In your notebook. For some reason, I thought you said, yeah, it was way back when we first talked about it with Sarah too. So I'll have to see if Sarah still wants to do it. And when you said your notebook, for some reason, I interpreted that as book. So I was like, how did you plan that long ago and write it randomly on a random page in your book to then like come back to it in September? A notebook makes way more sense. And good morning, Angela. Oh, it looked like a good story. It wasn't. I promise it was not a good story. You're reading with The Legend of Sleepy Hollow. Nice. And Anne says hello to Livia. I know that is the book title. It applies to me this morning as well, Brittany, maybe in general also. So I can relate. Not sure yet. Some kind of light green grayish tint. Okay. Put some samples to decide. Nice. I'm going with the like one day in case we decide to sell the house agreeable gray. Like literally, that's the paint color name by Sherwin Williams. And I'm pretty sure it's basically this wall color. Though I think it's a slightly warmer version of this wall color. But we're just doing it in 2 bathrooms because they're right now like lavender, and one of them's my son's bathroom, and he didn't really care because it was like the only color in the house, and he's at college most of the time, but whatever. Anyway, I'm blabbing on this morning. Let me get through these comments so we can get sprinting. Good morning, Christina. How are you doing? And thank you for always reminding us to hydrate and like the buttons. And yes, good morning's going around. You're reading The Serpent and the Wings of the Night. Ooh, I like that title. Okay. Gonna work on your post for Bookstagram and on your reading journal. Nice. Sounds good. Enough material and books to talk on a video. Okay. Yeah, there is definitely enough material in both books. Like I will have to hold myself back. But I'm also thinking there's so much material, it would be faster to do it in a video than to type it all out and try and be coherent. Good afternoon, Zoe. How are you doing? I hope you're well. Good morning, Sue. You'll be in and out today. Okay, yeah, sounds good. Finishing an audiobook, Frostbite, one of the Vampire Academies. Nice. Oh yes, right? Getting my books back. That's the best part. So right now, since we didn't think we were moving in until next week, not until the week after. So as of right now, not until sometime between the 23rd and 27th. However, one of the phone calls that I was blabbing on that I was making today is to the movers to tell them that they can come as early as next week if they so please. And please do, because yes, I would love to have all my books back next week. It's going to feel like the most massive book haul ever to have all my books come back simultaneously. Oh my gosh. Yeah. Oh no. I messed up my comments. Hang on. Yeah, I am not a laundromat aficionado. Like, I'm sure there are people who have laundromat game. I'm not. I was totally failing and flunking. And I'm pretty sure that 3 other people at the laundromat were like looking at me like, this girl's at the laundromat. It's whack. Like, I'm pretty sure that's what was happening. Yeah. And this is also true, guys. I'm not joking. Like, Satan himself was stoking the fires to get those things hot and like throwing some water on just to create steam. Hello, Pam. How are you? I know it is faster, Anne. I was like, dude, I was spent all day doing these, like, it was legit like 5 loads of laundry because it was like sheets and bath mats and this and that. I mean, since I had to go, I did take pretty much everything in my house that could get thrown in a washing machine because that was like my one breakthrough before going was I was like, you can do everything at the laundromat at the same time. And I did. Oh, good morning, Ariane. How are you? Yes, I'm glad you're able to join early. And if you wrote one of your books and found it, you would have been super swift. You sure would have. That would have been amazing. And you briefly preferred the laundromat. Okay. Well, I'm glad that you don't have to go anymore because that means you grew out of it. And you have 35 pages. Nice. Has a prepaid card. Oh, that's nice. And Donna is going to head out to get ready for your sprints. Okay, thanks for stopping by. I hope you have a good time today, too. Yes, and stay unmuted. Yes. Hello, Leandra. Thank you. Oh, getting ready for work. I hope you have a wonderful day at work, and thank you for stopping by. You just spooked because it sounded like something fell in your apartment. Was it on my end? It was probably on my end. Oh, that would make me on edge too. But I'm glad that hopefully it was on my end and nothing else big. Yes. Well, we have had our house for a while, but we close on our house tomorrow, Christina. So yeah, that's the new news. And hellos going all around. And more hellos, Donna. Yes, to Donna. Hi, Dee Dee. How are you? And everybody sharing their good mornings. It's like coming together at a big like coffee party where we are, or tea party or afternoon for some of you. And we're all saying hello. Okay, I did it. I made it to the bottom of the comments, more or less so. And let's go ahead and go into our first sprint. Per usual, I will start us out with 45 minutes, which will hopefully be enough time for me to call multiple utility companies. I'll probably be able to call them. Will it be enough time to speak to any of them? Only if they answer the phones. All right, there we go. 45 minutes on the clock. I will see you shortly. Happy sprinting. I remember to turn the microphone back on. Things are happening. Okay, welcome back. How did that sprint go for you guys? Mine went well. What have I accomplished so far? I had a productive sprint. I called the water company, which is really just the city that I live in. So my water and sewer and garbage and recycling are all set. I also called the electric company to find out that they could only speak to my husband. I hate how utilities do that, where even if you put somebody else as an authorized user, they really don't even want to do anything with that person. And I'm like, what's the point of having another authorized user? Anyway, I talked to them, then I had to talk to my husband to have him talk to them. The gas company was like a forever hold. So on the next sprint, I will be calling them back, and I am texting the internet company because they're the only ones that allow you to do things over text, which I love. And I wish more would do that. Like some of them will allow you to do the chat on your computer, but I find they're not super helpful all the time because sometimes you're talking to a computer and not a person, and then it's really a mess. This is clearly a person because one of the questions they asked didn't make sense, and I had to have them reword it. Anyway, so I did that. I'm almost done, which I'm surprised. I thought this was going to take me all day long to do. And so far in one sprint, I'm part of the way there. I also, while I sat on never ending hold with the gas company, read my one chapter in The Mysteries of Paris. So I did get that done. So on the next sprint, I will be making those last couple of phone calls. And while I sit on hold with the gas company yet again for probably the entire hour, and then they'll pick up in the last like 3 seconds before the sprint is over, because that's how those things go. I'll be reading Bleak House. And I'm happy because classics tend to almost always have audiobooks. So I will be physically reading that most of the time because I find that works better for me with Charles Dickens because I have so many thoughts and I tend to find it funnier if I physically read it. But it's nice because when I want to take a break from sitting and get up and I need to do things around the house, I'll be able to put the audiobook on. The other downside of Charles Dickens is because he tends to use a lot of dialect in his books. I tend to, and they're almost always narrated by someone from the UK, which is nice because then you get the, in my opinion, British accent. But I tend to have to listen to that on one-time speed because then they're like saying words from the Victorian era in dialect with a different accent, and it just my brain cannot compute that quickly. So that was my sprint. All the things were done. I even cleaned 2 dishes. It's the little things in life. So tell me how you guys did. When we left off, oh yes, thank you, Christina. We were getting all excited about my being excited about closing on my house tomorrow. And Dee Dee was asking Heather how she was. Dee Dee, by the way, during the sprint, I went and popped over to your sprint to say hi, and it tricked me and made me think you were still sprinting. And so, yeah, I left a super late comment that you're probably never going to see saying, hi, Dee Dee. It's just one of those days. Hello, Cherie. How are you? Good morning. Oh, working from homes from Mondays. Oh, so you and the puppy are locked in. I want a puppy in my mind. Probably not so much in reality. Listening to Personal. Ooh, that sounds good. Sorry, I gotta respond to the internet company that's texting me because the only downside is if I don't respond like immediately, basically, he's like, oh, you haven't responded to me in a while, so I guess you must not need to talk anymore. And I'm like, no, like, come on, your responses aren't immediate to me. Like, in fact, I texted you the first time and it took like 10 minutes to get a text back. So and Heather, now there are 2 Heathers, so you get double the answers. Yes, a twofer. Oh, that's true. I should probably distinguish between the Heathers so you know which one I'm talking to. It's so hot in Southeast Florida. Really, it's like chilly here. Like yesterday, I wore a sweater all day long, and today I am in a sweatshirt and sweatpants. Though I usually am on Mondays because it's been colder in the morning here. because we're definitely not paying to turn on the heat in this place. Another 100-degree day. Oh my gosh. Yeah, there's no pretending it's fall for you. Let me see what the high for today. The high for today here is 77. Sorry, Heather. Oh gosh. Okay, yay. My husband got the electricity done. And moving back to the basement, sitting in the living room is distracting when you hear everything. Oh, yeah. Our garbage just came here, and that was pretty loud. And Anne says to Heather, boo, I have the heater person coming to check the heater this afternoon. Oh, yeah, right. Yeah, because it definitely is time, which now that you're saying that, Anne, I need to call the HVAC people today too, because I want to have HVAC, not maintenance. It was just maintenance in June. So I guess I don't really need to do it this fall. But I do want to get on a plan, and I do want the air ducts to be cleaned. Anybody else have their air ducts cleaned? I had this one company quote me, and I was like, I could have my air ducts replaced for that price. Hellos are going around, and candles? Candles, Heather? What candles? What are we talking about? Did I miss some conversation about candles? And Heather says, Anna, I did my fall tablescape. Oh, that sounds pretty. And got my pumpkin Dutch oven. Oh, you're making a fall quilt. Oh, and it's full on summer. Yeah, Heather, that sounds hot. Like I literally just had a heat flash. Just thinking about you doing those things at 100-degree weather. Oh, but it sounds nice in fall. Like it would be perfect here. Hopefully it'll cool down for you soon. And the pumpkin Dutch oven. I know, this was my question too. So I'm glad you asked it, Christina, because I was like, is it pumpkin color? Is it shaped like a pumpkin? Is it big enough to fit a pumpkin? Is it just orange? It's shaped like a pumpkin and it's orange. Oh, that's even better, Heather. Oh, that would, yes. Christina and I both agree. That would make us very happy. Hello, Felicia. How are you? Good morning. Thanks for joining. What are you up to today? Let us know. Nice to have you here. And Anne's saying that, Heather, it was 49 in Delaware. Oh, is it fall or winter? It is refreshing. Oh, cool weather in your direction. Blow the breezes down to Florida. And Dee Dee shall be listening to Anne of Green Gables. Oh, I bet that's a great audiobook. I need to reread Anne of Green Gables. I loved that stupid story. It was so good. It's not a stupid story. I don't know why I said that, but I loved Anne of Green Gables. It was one of my most reread books, like through middle school. I know. Oh, yeah, good question. Is it? It is. It's your first time reading it, Dee Dee? Oh, that's so nice. Oh, we're all so excited for you. I hope you like it, Dee Dee. I haven't read it in years, and I would imagine it would hold up really well. Yeah. Oh, yeah. Good morning, Julie. How are you? Oh no, you had a family emergency last week. I'm sorry to hear that. Yes, I'm glad that you're back at work and watching sprints, and hopefully that means things are just settled. Things are still uncertain. Okay, and you're only reading easy stuff. Sounds good. Okay, well, reading sometimes can just put you in a happy place or at least a calm place. So I'm glad that things are settled enough that you can kind of get back to some normal stuff, and hopefully all uncertainty will go away. And Anne of Green Gables is one of Anne's favorites. Is it because of your name? But also because, oh, that's so sweet with you and your grandfather. What a lovely memory to have, Anne. That would be nice reading it with a family member. And Frankenstein is a reread for you, but it's been 20 years. Oh, I reread it for the first time in 20 years last year, this year. And it was still really good. Actually, when I started it, I was like, I literally had to close the book and look at the cover and be like, is this Frankenstein? I totally forgot how that book began. And I was so confused at first. And you have a version of Frankenstein with the 1818 text. Nice. You might read next. Anyone familiar with thoughts on the differences? I remember reading about the differences, and I don't think they're humongous from what I recall. And Kathy, hello. And you're listening to Anne of Green Gables today too. Oh, and a productive cleaning session. Yay. Ooh, it made cinnamon tea. Ooh, do you have a favorite cinnamon tea? My favorite is by Harney and Sons. Theirs tastes like little red hots in your tea. Like it's warming and spicy. Ooh, I might need to get some for like fall this year. And you cleaned half your apartment. Wow, you're a cleaning machine. Marcella finished editing your blog. Yay, it's rendering and getting it ready for upload tonight. Very nice. And hello, Dee. How are you? I feel like it's been a while since I've seen you. I hope you're well. And you finished Blood Pond. Sue, I swear you've mentioned 3 different books at this point. And you need to read the next book in the series. Well, good. Congrats on finishing. And I hope you like the next book too. Jackie made it to 50%, living in Michigan. You're surprised at the things you never knew that he tells from his experience living in the Upper Peninsula. Oh, interesting. Yeah, isn't that always funny when like people tell you stuff about the places you live that you never knew? You got your newsletter written. Yay! Read one of the stories, switched to Lord of Chaos. Oh, Wheel of Time 6. How's the Wheel of Time going, Brittany? You're like so good and on top of your stuff. And Christina spent it looking up pumpkin Dutch ovens. Oh, are they cute? Oh, I might have to look at that too. That does sound just adorable. Oh my gosh, the things you could make in a pumpkin Dutch oven. And it would all be so stinking cute. And it would just look like the inside of a pumpkin. Oh, I'm just loving that thought. You do that too, like wash a few dishes and leave the book. Well, I just ran out of time, in all fairness. Though I do sometimes do that as well. Hey, Laura, how are you? Are you still sprinting, Laura? You didn't come up on my phone, but I didn't get a chance to scroll that far. Hello, Lisa. Good morning. Thank you on the house closing. Yes. Ooh, starting Finley Donovan is killing it. Book number 1. All right. I hope you enjoy it, Lisa. Thanks for joining today. And it's supposed to be 108, Sue? Tell me it's a dry heat. You live in the desert, right? Because if so, like 108's not too shabby. Like, that's nice. Like, yeah, I used to live in Phoenix. 90s was really nice. 90s in the desert is like A+ weather. And 108 is like hot, but it's not like miserable. So I hope you're in a dry, non-humid place. Hi, Allison. How are you? Yeah, time to make the coffee. I might make a second one, or I might try my hand at making a latte. We have an espresso machine here. Not ours, comes with the place, and Nespresso pods. So I feel like I should be potting it up while I'm paying for it with rent. But I can't figure out how to do that. So I might go online and find some way to make some tolerable drink. And which Frankenstein is the one with Percy Shelley's edits? Whichever one doesn't have those is superior. Ooh, why do you think it's superior, Zoe? What do you like better about that one? I mean, other than the fact that Percy Shelley didn't edit it. I'm not a Percy Shelley fan in general, but just got your copy of Anne of Green Gables. Time for a reread. Oh, I need to get a copy. Kathy just boils cinnamon and cardamom. Oh, cardamom. I love cardamom. Okay, and drink it. Makes a nice fragrance. Yes, it would. And a comfy beverage too. Do you use cinnamon sticks or do you use cinnamon powder? Let me know. I'm going to have to try that. And do you use cardamom seeds? Brittany, the prologue of Wheel of Time book is huge. What? What? Why is it 3 hours, Brittany? I already thought the prologue before the or the intro before the prologue of the first book was like, come on, just start the story already. But 3 hours long? Oh my gosh. Oh, you're in it to win it. And Dee Dee says to Anne, you have a V&A edition copy that has a beautiful cover. Oh, that sounds nice, Dee Dee. And hopefully it's dry. Yesterday we had thunderstorms and drizzles all afternoon. I just meant like dry as in like a dry heat, as in like low humidity. But yeah, because otherwise that's going to be something. And just woke up, coffee, going to try and read a little before getting ready to work. Sounds good. Just got a chuckle thinking about Percy Shelley and mansplaining. Yeah, Yeah, about how her book should be written. Exactly. Which is why that edition should just go out of print. Remain is what she wrote, right? Like, historically, we can keep Percy Shelley. It's like we don't need to ban it. It can be like a historical document in the Library of Congress and other places like that, archives. I'm okay with archiving things. We don't have to like ban them. They're still available. You can read them if you want to. But like that definitely feels like a like why continue to make that version readily available? Like you can even keep it in print, but just don't make it easy. Like go with the OG. And cinnamon sticks and cardamom powder. Oh, okay. Forgot to buy the seeds. All right, so you do it either way. And you have espresso based coffees every day. Ooh, do you have any recommendations on how to mix? Because I'm realizing like I probably need to put some milk and then some creamer into the like espresso based mix. Or do you do espresso and coffee and then add your stuff? Help me out here, Zoe. I'm lost, is what I'm saying. Um, and Percy Shelley was kind of a loser. Yeah, that's one way of putting it. For trying to rewrite Mary's novel, right? And you don't think he improved it at all. Her version is the best, which doesn't surprise me because he predominantly wrote and is known for his poetry. So, like, and it's not to say that you can't do both, but he didn't. So, like, I don't know why he thought, like, let me see your manuscript. I can make it better. Anyway, my thoughts on Percy Shelley. I studied 18th century British lit, so I read a lot of Percy Shelley and liked very little of it, which partially had to do with the professor who would draw on the board what was happening in the poem using stick figures. He couldn't draw. It was a horrible experience, and he made the chalk squeak because it was a chalkboard. You want an espresso machine used to work in a coffee shop. Oh, you could make anything. I bet you could even do the designs, Allison. Oh, that's so cool. Well, Allison, you also could let me know how to mix my espresso into something to make it taste better. And what I have is I have espresso pods of various types, but all very strong in flavor. And I don't like bitter coffee, like super bitter coffee. I like morning blends or Colombian coffee. But I have an espresso pods. I have coffee, and I have milk, and I also have like a sweetened like creamer thing. So those are the things that I have. I see Zoe's giving me some comments that I'm going to look at while we're sprinting, and I'm going to make a phone call. And I hope I didn't forget to answer the text for this guy, and he's not like, forget it. I undid your thing. And we're going to go into our first hour long sprint. So let me set that up. And hopefully, when I come back, I will be all yours for the rest of the day. So have a good hour, and I will see you in a bit. Happy sprinting. Hello and welcome back. How did everybody's sprint go? Mine went well. What did I do? Okay, so my plan worked. I called the gas company, and as I suspected, I was on hold for like 30, 40 minutes of the sprint, something like that. So I did get some reading done in Bleak House. Um, I read it a good portion of that time, maybe not as long as I thought I did. Um, I just read 8 pages in there, which means I only spent 15 minutes reading this. So maybe I wasn't on hold as long as I thought. Anyway, so I was on hold for 15 minutes. That would be the answer. So then I took care of that phone call. I sent a few other texts to other places I was able to text and got some other tasks done. Put some water on to boil. And then, guys, like the shenanigans of the morning continue because I went to make my Nespresso espresso drink. And I was like, brilliant idea. I'll just use the last tiny bit of coffee in my cup. That can just stay in there. I'll add some espresso to it to make it hot. And I did that. And then I was like, and I'll throw some milk and cream in there. So I threw milk in there to get it to the height I wanted, or about the amount, like maybe half my cup was full. And I thought, like, that looks way too thin. Like, I'll do a double shot of espresso. That's fine. So then, not thinking, and mind you, these are like the smallest coffee cups in the world, I put a second espresso shot in there. And, I leave it to do its thing and I come back, send a few more texts, doing stuff on my computer. Does it at any point occur to me that it's still like making the sound of pouring liquid into my cup? No, not until I look over to see a waterfall of coffee just gently overflowing my cup as the drip tray just rises to the top with all my foam and spills over. So I then had to run into the kitchen and find a larger cup, which turned out all to be in the dishwasher. Found that, spilled more coffee on the counter and transferring, realized that cup was still not going to be big enough. And for now, everything I had, because for some reason, I don't think I checked. I think that second pot I put in there was actually like more and so made more because it definitely added more liquid to my cup than the first one did. My fault, not the machines. So now my coffee's in this because that's all it would fit in once I put the Nespresso in and then added more milk and then added some of the like little creamer I had. So I now have a little tiny, like literally maybe that much coffee, 2 shots of espresso, some unknown amount of milk, and topped it off with some just plain like creamer that's literally just milk, cream, and sugar in it. It's not like a flavored creamer. And that's what I'm drinking now. So by the time this sprint ends, when I tell you I've gone for a jog, that will be right. I now have water boiling because I'm going to boil myself some eggs. And hopefully my water won't all boil away while we chat. But based on how this morning's going, I'm going to go over to a dry pot. Like, if I'm tired enough, I can burn water. That's like a thing. Okay, so let's see how you guys did on this sprint. Where we left off, Zoe was saying, oh yes, Zoe, you were giving me an ingredient, and that all sounded good until I got to the like hot water. And I just felt like that was gonna like really water things down. And then when you said it was an Americano, I was like, yeah, I won't like that. I don't like Americanos. But I almost did that until I overflowed my cup with everything. But I feel like I kind of followed the rest of your suggestions. Like didn't at all, and that's what happens. And hello, Natalie, how are you? You'll probably be off and on today. Okay, fair. Well, hello for now. You have a lot to do. Ooh, garlic peeling while listening to Maya's Notebook. Okay. Oh, by Isabella Allende. I don't feel like I've heard of that one by her. Okay, third of the way through. 14.5-hour book. Okay, you got some time to go. And did I put Bleak House on while I was sending those texts and emails? Nope, totally forgot I could do that. So I might also do that on this next sprint because I still have most of the rest of the stuff that I have to do, I can do through email and chats and that kind of thing. So I'm going to take advantage of that so that I can listen to Bleak House. Hey, Rally, how are you? Yes, say hello to all your bookish friends. And Margaret, bookish friends, wave back. Hello, hello, and good morning to you both. Hope you're well. And hello, Alicia, how are you? Dropped off the kiddos, finished with the doctor's appointment, and now home figuring out what you want to do today. Very nice. Well, you're always productive, so I'm sure it'll be a lot. And I missed you this weekend. I wasn't able to join. What was I doing? That was a Saturday, wasn't it? What did I do Saturday? I just remember seeing that you were on at one point and going, oh, I wish I could join. But it was like as I was walking out the house doing something. And hey, Mary, how are you? Oh, you're reading The Reformatory at 68%. How are you liking it? How is it? I guess is a better word because liking is not the best term for that book. And the Black Count was the father. Okay, yes, okay, but the book goes back starting with the okay, so it starts with his grandfather and goes forward, but the Black Count was actually the father. That's probably why I got confused because I saw a mention of the grandfather on the back of the book. Okay, and you're learning quite a bit. Wonderful. And you also started the audiobook of the Overstory and really enjoying it. You know what? That is a really good point. I started reading the Overstory last year before I owned it, and I ended up DNFing it because I just didn't like the reading experience. I felt like he was kind of wordy, but there were certain aspects of the story that I like. But now that you say that, I can almost guarantee I would have liked it better as an audiobook. Because to me, because it's kind of stream of consciousness style, it would make more sense to my brain spoken out loud. I need to keep that in mind with stream of consciousness books. And Kathy, the Outlander series worth picking up. Ooh, I haven't read that since it came out. There are some people who love it. Got it from a friend, but debating whether to donate or start the series. I would say, if you're not a completionist, try book one. I liked book one. I think I read the first 3 books, but I'm not a completionist, so I just put it down after that for no reason. But I liked what I read. And Brittany read some more of Wheel of Time and made lunch. What did you make for lunch? Marcella cleared the entire wall. Okay, so you had to clean, move 2 medium-sized bookcases. Oh my gosh, tell me the stuff was already off of them. Moved to the sofa, chased some dust bunnies. Definitely in the trust the process stage. Oh yeah, because now your stuff's like all in the middle of the room. But hey, behind your bookcases is clean. Is it amazing how much stuff gets behind there and you're like, I thought this was flush up against the wall. How are these getting behind here? Oh my gosh, guys, talk about dusting. Today's just going to be story time during our breaks, apparently. So I had horrible allergies in our last house. And there were certain times of the year, usually going into the warmer weather, where it would just get worse. And I couldn't figure out what it was. And I was dusting the house like crazy, trying to figure it out because I could tell it was a dust allergy. I could tell it was upstairs. I thought it was our carpeting until we got it replaced. And I continued to have the same problem. And then one day I said to myself, I haven't dusted the fan in my son's, the ceiling fan in my son's room in a while. I couldn't think of the last time I had done it, though I know I have done it. But I was like, it's been a hot second. He uses his fan year round now because he likes to bundle up in covers, but likes the air to be cold. So I was like, let me just dust that. He won't be home all day. There was forget Dust Bunny Colony. It was like a Dust Bunny universe up there. The Dust Bunnies had Dust Bunnies. I was like, it hadn't been that long. But for some reason, his room, and just not his whole room, because he dusts his room every week. But I think that's probably when I stopped dusting his ceiling fan, was when he started dusting his room. Clearly, he skipped his ceiling fan entirely. I've never seen so much dust come off of one item. I don't even I think all the dust in his room decided, well, if we land on other surfaces, he's going to dust us. And so it all went onto his ceiling fan, which still makes no sense to me. I can't even begin to tell you. But I slept like a baby. That nights going forward, I felt really bad. His dust allergies clearly aren't as bad as mine. And Allison started Priest. Ooh, got to page 21 and chatted with friends. Very nice. How are you liking Priest? Random sprint for you. Made miracle labels for your series. Organized your series shelf and book cart. Okay, well, that does sound random, but sounds productive as well. And 42% through. Nice. You hate when series don't put numbers on the spine. Yeah. Then you're like, which this is the next book? And then you have to keep looking. So I get that. What seems like 10% through the garlic. Good luck. Good luck. Hey, Olivia, sprint hopped, chatted with your son, watched some booktube, still working on a post for your bookstagram, but it's going slowly because you have a headache. Oh, I'm sorry. Yeah, I'd have to like put that off because my head would just bother me. And Sue had some ramen for breakfast. Ooh, I have ramen, Sue. I might need to have that today. Made a list of places you need to call today, listened to a chapter in Frostbite, picked up your next Kindle, did all the things. Very nice. Okay, here's one for you, Kathy. Diana loved Outlander. Um, yeah, I feel like that. I feel like also that Outlanders holds up pretty well as just its own book, even though obviously since there's a series, like it continues on. But I agree, like after a certain point in the series, and I think because I'm not a huge historical fiction fan, they started to appeal to me less. I am having quite the morning. It's just going wild over here. I need to drink this espresso fast. And you listen to The Manicurist's Daughter. Oh, a memoir. Oh, that sounds interesting. Sounds like a good book. You're updating your planners, Alicia. How many planners do you have? Working on, I mean, I say that and I have two. Okay. I have one that has my month and week in it. And then I have like a bullet journal one that is for like daily stuff. And it's like a pocket size one so I can fit it in my pocket. And finishing Death Note 3. Nice. Ooh, starting this spell shop, Kelly. Good morning. Very nice. Lots of people are reading that. Okay, you had sprints. Oh, on Sunday. Oh, okay. Now I know where I was going. I was going to the Cat Movie Festival. And I went, well, you wouldn't have been able to go sprints on Saturday. You were occupied with your son's birthday. Oh, well, that makes sense. You went for a real train ride. Oh, that's so fun. Did he love that? Oh, that's fun. And Angela, fun times in the kitchen. Yeah. Would make for a good read. Yes, it would. And you're loving the Legend of Sleepy Hollow. Oh, so atmospheric. I could definitely see that. Yep. I think I read that like a long, long time ago in high school. And Ariane had allergies really bad in California. Okay. Yeah, we knew when it was time to change the filters at work. I bet. Yep, I'm the same. 3 players every day. Oh, budget. Okay. And reading. Oh, okay. Yeah. Well, like, the reading one, I feel like is not more of a journal unless you're planning. I guess if you're planning like all your booktube stuff. I guess now that you say that, I have 3 because I do have one like very large book that like is really not a book journal. It's more like a channel planning, oversized planner type of situation happening. Which now I think about it, next time I might switch it to an actual oversized planner. But I need a lot of notes pages. He had tons of fun. He loves trains. Oh, that's so nice. My son loved trains too. In fact, he liked all modes of transportation. One of the first things that he laughed at, like out loud as a toddler, like he was laughing before that as an infant, but that he like really had a laugh at and thought was funny was when he was probably like 2 or 3. No, he would have had to be 1 or 2. We came outside our townhouse one day and our next door neighbor was working on his little flower garden out in front and he had a little wheelbarrow. And we went over and were just saying hi to him or whatever. And my son was just looking at the thing that he had. And then the guy like kind of moved it out of the way. And you know how you have to like kind of pick up a wheelbarrow and push it. And my son at this point could speak. And he was like, wheel. And I was like, yeah, it has 1 wheel on it. And he was like, wheel. And then it occurred to him that it only had 1 wheel. He literally thought that was the most hilarious thing ever. And he like just laughed and pointed at the wheel. And like he walked around it and he checked the back to make sure there really were no other wheels. I don't know why. That kid was obsessed with wheels. And apparently, this was the first one wheel item he had ever seen. And he just thought it was silly. So there's that little extra story for you. And the reading planner is where you track your series list and TBRs and books to look into and all that bookish related stuff. Yeah, I do that in the combination, like my channel, and then I keep track of ideas like that in the book at the same time. So yeah, I get it. I get it. All right, there's our bell timer chime thing. Words are hard today. So let's go ahead and go back into our sprint. I'm not even going to bother resetting the time. We'll just go from there, and I will see you in an hour. Happy sprinting. Hello and welcome back. How was that sprint for everybody? How did you all do? Mine went well. I got the vast majority of all the rest of the things that I have to get done. So I'm excited about that because I get to read the rest of the day, and everything else I can just kind of scatter in throughout the rest of the day. Or if I don't get to it today, that's totally fine too. So my plan for basically the rest of the day is to start the first 15 minutes of the sprint, working on like one thing, and then read for the remaining 45 minutes, which is good because it helps me get up and down. So I did get a few minutes more of Bleak House in. And yeah, I'm starting to warm up to this book. I really did not like the way this book started. Well, that's not true. I liked the descriptive way that this book started, but I was worried that the book was going to continue in that manner. And I'm glad I kept reading because as of chapter 2, it was a very different book. So that's already my first recommendation for Bleak House, is that if you have not read this one, I would not start with this as far as Charles Dickens is concerned. I think there are easier, better places to start with him. This is not it. But two, if you pick this book up, you definitely need to read to the end of chapter 2 before making any sort of decisions about it. Because if I had a DNF'd in the first chapter, which I wouldn't have done, it's well before my 10% mark. But if for some reason I had, I would know now to regret it because there's enough interesting things happening that, that now I'm enjoying it. So I like the characters. The tone is very interesting. I feel like it's somewhere between The Mystery of Edwin Drood and David Copperfield, but with a female protagonist, which is also very interesting. And it also has like a slight vibe of Jane Eyre to it, not as gothic, but feels like it could go in that direction, but it's not. So those are my thoughts so far. I'm looking forward to spending the day with this book and really getting some good reading into it. So let's see how you guys did on your sprint. And Christina got some stuff done, stuff cleaned, and this comic came in right as we were going into the sprint. So I'm assuming this was on the last sprint. And starting on the new section, moving, dusting, that kind of stuff. Yep. And I need to start doing some cleaning too today, but I have a couple of more like phone calls that I'll probably make on the next sprint. And hello, Ricardo. How are you? Yes, join for a sprint. I am doing well. How are you today? And how was everybody's weekend? I never asked that. My weekend was really good. I mentioned we went to a cat video festival, which was a lot of fun and really cute. 70 minutes of it, like just ongoing cat videos and clips. The only downside was the person I was sitting next to was clearly a very heavy smoker, which is fine, to each their own, except that it gives me migraines. So the entire movie, I was like trying to fight off a migraine. And we had talked to her when we first sat down, so I felt like it would have been super rude to like get up and move for no reason. Plus, by the time I realized that the smoke was coming off of her, there was nowhere for us to move where we would have been able to sit together. But that aside, we had a really good time. We had a really nice lunch, and it was a really good weekend. And good morning, Amber Lee. How are you? Or good afternoon. And hello, Viviana. How are you this afternoon? And Kathy made lunch and read 10% of A Shift in Darkness. Nice. Oh, I also had some boiled eggs. I never make those for myself, so that was yum. No reading for Sue and looking for a paperwork. I was about to say a paperback. You're looking for paperwork. Natalie got to 51%. Okay, 50% through garlic and making myself some tea now. Very nice. And Marcella uploaded your first vlog for Shorty September. Yay, that's fun. You're participating in Shorty September and made yourself a lentil roasted tomato salad. Ooh, for dinner. That sounds good. Yeah, that sounds really good, especially the roasted tomato part and the lentils. And yeah, nice. Enjoy. And the sprint was going great until a coworker asked you for a shift change. Ah, boo. But you did write a couple of pages. Great. Very good. Brittany, I got supper started, okay, in the slow cooker with Jamaican and kept working on the prologue. Only have 20 pages left. Very nice. And Brittany, you seem like you use your slow cooker a lot. Do you have like favorite go-to recipes? I'm sure you do. Like, what are some of your favorite slow things to make in your slow cooker? I really need to get on my slow cooker game. Like, I should probably do slow cookers on Mondays. That would like be so nice. Ooh, and it's chilly weather. That's gonna be the first thing I make in my slow cooker when I get it back. Alicia got 2 out of 3 planners updated. That's great. Last one is the budget one. Okay, you also started preliminary TBR books for the rest of the year and about to get some lunch. You know, Alicia, it's funny you say that because I thought about doing that for the rest of this year as well. Is maybe not like I have to read these books, but that's one of the things I thought about doing when I get my books back, which, by the way, that was one of the phone calls I made. I might be able to get all my stuff back as early as Monday of next week. Oh my gosh. Like, will we go and sleep in our bed even if we don't have a bed frame yet? Yes, we will. We'll go and sit on the couches too. In fact, I will probably be spending all day there the second our furniture arrives, even if we don't move in yet. Because I think I've mentioned the furniture in this house is not comfortable. Like, none of it is. Or if it is comfortable, I don't think it's ever been dusted in the entire existence since it was made. And both my husband and I are extremely allergic to all the soft fabric furniture in this house, which is probably like 50% of it. So there's a couple of hard, uncomfortable things, like this couch, despite what it may look like, is actually like, these are soft, but the couch itself is actually really firm and not super comfortable. But it's one of the few pieces of furniture that's not a chair that I can sit on. So I'm looking forward to having my couch back. I'm looking forward to having my oversized chair back that I usually sprint in, that wasn't supposed to move with us, that they accidentally packed up and moved anyway. And I wasn't going to tell them to unpack it because it wasn't that big a deal. We just weren't planning to keep it. But now I'm glad we did, because otherwise we would only have a sofa and chairs, and because we got rid of a lot of furniture. So I'm so excited. I will be the happiest person. So don't be surprised if in 2 weeks I'm filming in a mostly empty house, just sitting in that chair with my books on the floor. That may be coming up, just letting you know. And Catherine read 200 pages. Good job. Wow. How did you do that? Tell me that since the beginning of sprints, but maybe not. Hey, Laura, how are you? You finished your sprints? Okay, so you can hang out. Yay. Okay, and I totally forgot that I had asked you if you were sprinting, and I meant to check, but clearly didn't do that. I did almost go and pop in when I was awake at 5 o'clock this morning. Ugh. But then I decided, no, I'm going to be in denial and pretend that I'm sleeping still. And you're reading Ariadne. Ooh, how are you liking it? And preparing for a book club live show. Nice. And hellos from Christina to everybody, and specifically Laura and Ricardo. And Natalie went to NARBC Reptile Show. Oh, wow. That sounds really cool. I have no idea what those initials stand for, unless it's like National Amphibian Reptile Bat Conglomerate. I'm guessing that's not it. But that sounds cool. What was your favorite thing you saw? And that was the last sprint. This time we got some things dusted, chatted a bit, and started lunch. Very nice. It was fun, Ricardo. It was so cute. And it was just 70 minutes of like chuckling and laughing, which was exactly why we wanted to go. Because we were like, we're going to be like getting disgruntled in our living situation and not moved in yet. I'm feeling slightly stressed about closing on our home. Let's go to the cat video festival. And hellos back to Christina. Good morning or good afternoon, Tony. How are you? Thanks for joining us. You're up to 118 of 10 minutes and 38 seconds in this strange world and going to make dinner. You're in England. Okay, so good evening to you. What are you making for dinner? Let me know. And you made the bed. Very nice. I should probably do that. Got a second coffee. I'm still nursing my whatever I made, coffee espresso drink, and it's rounding up on 1 o'clock, and I have trouble with caffeine afternoon. So I probably need to chug this and a whole bunch of water on our next sprint because I'm going to regret this amount of caffeine tomorrow. And Marcella's off to dance class. Ooh, have fun. The first one of the season. Ooh, broke a sweat trying to wrinkle on a sports bra. Good luck, Marcella. You can do it. You can do it. Let us know how it is when you get back. And you're probably already gone. Stew and chili are your favorite things. Yeah, because the slow cooker is so good at making wet food, right? Like, so if it needs to have like lots of moisture or self gravy itself, yeah. Wow, stew and chili time. Actually, though, to be honest, I prefer my stew made in a Dutch oven in the oven. Like somehow that's just it's just I think because I can like brown the meat first. I don't know why that took so long to figure out. You do? Okay, pulled pork happens about once a week here. Ooh, wow, you guys really like pulled pork. But I mean, I can understand why. It is good. And roast and stew also happens a lot. I love a good pot roast in the slow cooker. That's our favorite. And stews are good, or soups, or any of that stuff. Like, I make a really good, like, whole chicken soup in the crock pot. And then, like, when you're done, I like take all the chicken because then the chicken's just like falling off the bone. Like, it's like the whole chicken bone and everything. I put in there with some water, and then I end up with like amazing chicken broth and then chicken meat to do chicken stuff with. I hope no one's a vegetarian. Sorry. Livia stopped to working on your Bookstagram post. Okay, you're playing with a new board game. Oh, what game? I love board games. We played a board game this weekend, Livia. Anybody else who cares? My husband got this new board game called Strike, which is a worker placement game in which you're literally placing workers in different parts of the city trying to keep evil corporation, which is called Happy Corp, from taking over the town and making it a company town. And so you're having your workers basically convene on locations to have strikes. So that's fun in our household, in case you were wondering. So we were super happy to try the game, and it was hilarious because every now and again, or after every turn, because it's a cooperative game, after every turn you have, the turn ends with the action being from Happy Core, where there's a commercial break, where they basically try to brainwash you with how great everything they're doing is. And there's surveillance, like they have drones everywhere in the city that you have to dismantle if they're a mega drone so that you can have a strike. It's a great game. You guys should check it out. And then I somehow lost track of where we were in the comments because I didn't think to start it. So let's see. Here we were. Yes, Alicia, yay for getting all the things back, right? I know. Yay, yay, yay. I can't wait. Zoe's reading The Raven Boys. Okay, for a read along. Okay, you thought you'd hate it because you usually don't like YA. Okay, but it's so much fun. Oh, that's so good. Oh, is that the read along for the Bookworm book club? Isn't that what they're reading? I could be wrong. Let me know which one. I know, right, Laura? I'm so excited. Alicia, you make a preliminary, not set in stone reading list. Okay, just have options through the holiday season since we're so busy. Yeah, I was thinking of just making like a big stack to choose from, like a sort of most anticipated, like try hard to get to by the end of the year kind of stack. I say stacks because I don't have bookshelves yet. In fact, I've got to find someone to build them still. So I don't know how I'm going to store my books. Which do you guys think is better? I need other bookish feedback on this. I have two options. I'm going to get my all like I just felt like that was like heaven confirming how great that's going to be. But I'm going to get my stuff back. All my books will be in book boxes. So I could leave my books in the book boxes until I have the bookshelves, which will just be a pain to go through, but they'll be in boxes and at least somewhat tidy. Or I could take them out and stack them on the floor. I have plenty of floor and wall space in the room they're going to go in, so that I can see them. But then they'll be open to the elements. Not so much heat and humidity. The house will be air conditioned, but I'm thinking like spiders and bugs, which they're open to when they're on shelves as well. But I feel like they're more susceptible when they're on the floor. So tell me what you guys like, if you have any knowledge of book storage, if you think there's any reason I shouldn't take them out of the box. That's the question we're answering here. And Christina needs some more slow cooker recipes. It makes supper so much easier. Yes, especially with busy days and stuff. Yep. Yeah, and all your kids are special, but we know what you mean, Christina. And definitely some recipes. Yes, Brittany, yes. And a reread of Ariadne. Oh, okay, for the Sims Book Club. Okay, but also works for the Goddess Complex. That's true. Yeah. Oh, and it's one of your favorite Greek mythology retellings. Ooh, what do you like so much about it? And Zoe, is anyone else joining Margaret's newly announced October read along? I need to go check that out to let you know. Um, and a ranch chicken, yes. And you are a co-host for Team Golden Ruin. Ooh, very nice. So he likes the sound of that. And you do love chicken bacon ranch in the slow cooker. It's easy. Chicken breast, 1 pack of cream cheese, 1 pack of ranch, some bacon. Oh, okay. Starring that. Thank you. Uh-huh. Fifth Element quote. You're funny, Christina. An interesting game. Yes, it is an interesting game. Oh, Minecraft board game, Heroes of the Village. Oh, that sounds so cute. I love it. Hey, Rachel, how are you? I am having an amazing day. How's yours? And Books and Lala, who's doing okay, a Raven Boys read along. Okay. I think somebody like had something with boys the title. And you're thinking of participating as well, Olivia. Oh, great. Okay. I feel like I'm behind. Going to have to go and check this read along out. Know what I'm doing while I make whatever task I'm doing. All right. That is the last comment that I can see. No, it's not. This is love the fifth element. All right, let me pull back up our timer here. I did talk a little over, so I'll reset it so we have the full 1 hour. There we go. And I will see you in a bit. Happy sprinting, everybody. Hello and welcome back. How did everybody's sprint go? Mine was really well. I was able to spend the vast majority of that sprint reading, which I'm happy about. I am now on page 90 in Bleak House. And yeah, some interesting twists and turns have happened because, of course, some fascinating characters have been introduced. And I'm very skeptical about one of them. Yeah, I just feel like mischief is afoot and people are in denial and things are very quickly going to go downhill. So we'll see how that all goes. And oh, I wish I had have seen this while I was on my phone when I wasn't reading. So because I was still doing more phone calls, but even during the phone calls, I was able to sit and play a little game while doing that. And Christina put the link for Margaret's new readathon that's happening in October, so you can check that out. So now that I'm off my phone, I'm pretty sure for the rest of the day I will be able to do that. And okay, North American Reptile Breeders Conference. That makes way more sense, Natalie, than what I said. You got to see many animals, critters, and plants. Went to see a YouTuber your kids have watched since they were 2. Oh my gosh, it's so fun. Except for the 4-hour wait in line. Was it a 4-hour wait to see the YouTuber? Who is it? That's amazing. Wow. But that's also cool. What a fun experience for them. And hey, Shauna, how are you? You're currently, I thought that said steaming. Like, wow, maybe I need to put the glasses back on. Streaming on your channel, but wanted to pop in and say hi and hit the like button. Hope the stream is going well. It is. Thank you, Shauna, for letting us know that you are streaming. I will swing by when I get a moment. And it's funny, when I started streaming on Mondays, I think Paula was maybe the only one streaming and in the afternoons, because when I started streaming, it was like in the morning and my stream ended not long after hers started. And then since then, more and more people have started streaming on Monday. But streaming is so funny because like we all move around at times and can do streams and then can't and that kind of thing. And that emergency taken care of. Yay, back to reading. Very good. I didn't realize there was an emergency, and so I'm glad it was taken care of. And Kathy crushing the sprints today. Yay, good job. Not a lot of reading, but so productive. And sometimes that's what's needed. I feel super productive today, even though there's not been a ton of reading happening yet. Just cleaned all of your apartment. Yes, but the kitchen, nice. Waiting until after you cook to tidy up, prepped food for the week. Nice, very good. And Alicia missed the chatty bit. Oh no, you have to go pick up your little ones. Oh my gosh, it is time for that already. How'd that happen? But you finished all the planner updates and ate lunch. Okay, great. So more reading next sprint. Very good. Hey, Paula, I was just talking about you. Oh, not sure if you're going to eyeball read or audio. Fair enough. And do some diamond painting. That sounds fun. That is a hobby I am trying not to get sucked into because I already have a lot of hobbies. But I do like the fact that it's a hobby you can do while listening to audiobook. So there is that. But let me not get started. Sue found all the paperwork. Yay. Needed. So next sprint, you can start your phone calls. Oh, you're doing the phone calls too, Sue. Oh boy. Hey, Dina, how are you? Joining for a few sprints? Wonderful. Great. Glad to have you here. You'll be reading Our Mutual Friend, just starting volume 2. It's so good. Oh, that's so good to hear, Dina. I'm sure you have seen, reading Bleak House. So yay for Charles Dickens. And that's Our Mutual Friend is the next book that I need to get to before I get back to Drood. So I'm glad to hear that you're liking it and that it's really good. I am enjoying Bleak House now that I'm getting like into the story and things are starting to happen. I feel like for Charles Dickens, though, it's kind of a very slow starting book. Brittany just finished the prologue. Oh my gosh, Brittany, no, you did. No, you did not just finish it. Please tell me that there were like breaks in the audiobook listening. I know there's not. You said it was super long. That's good job. Good job. That's all I can say. Good job. Natalie's 60% through. 3 heads of garlic left. Oh my gosh, how much are you chopping? Because you've been chopping garlic this entire time. In case anybody thought she was talking about the book with garlic, the like vampire slayer or whatever he is. No, this is like real garlic. What are you making with the garlic? Did you ever say that? Are you like canning it or something? What's happening? What's happening with all this garlic? I need to know. Yes, I know. Oh, you loved it? Oh, that's so good to know. I'm really starting to get into it. I feel like it started like kind of slow and oddly. I feel all of his books start kind of oddly, but this one I thought started particularly slowly. But I'm in it to win it. So yay to Brittany. It was a super long one. Hey, John, how are you doing? You're reading Scythe. Ooh. And you don't know how you feel about it. Interesting. Can't wait to see the world in this book turn to crap. Oh, love a good dystopian, right? Oh, interesting. Okay, so what are you feeling unsure about so far? Just like the writing, the plotting, the this lack of dystopian so far? Oh my gosh, Brittany, no, 72-page prologue. How, I mean, I guess that's not that much compared to the whole book, but still, how is that just not part of the story or something? Christine, I got a few more things moved and dusted. Nice. Getting it all together. You remember Bleak House, Rachel, being a dry read. Oh gosh, yes, in 8th grade. Oh no. Oh no. I mean that's a good price, 25 cents. But yeah, no, compared to most things you would read in middle school in 8th grade. Yeah, I could see how it would feel. Like, I don't think it's dry, but it's definitely slow. Like, it's not action packed, it's not adventurous. And the start is very, yeah, it's just slow. It's just building up all the characters and things. And 4 hours for the meet and greet. Oh my gosh. Okay. And it was Snake Discovery, family friendly and informative channel. Well, that's very cool. And apparently extremely wildly popular. Amberly finished a couple of short stories. Nice. Squire Toby's Will, rather. I made that into like multiple people. And Dickon the Devil by Sheridan Lee Fanu. Very cool. Like the titles once I got them out. And oh my goodness, you couldn't imagine even attempting it at that age, and neither could I. There's like a lot of like even Great Expectations, I feel like is introduced like too early. Like overall, it's an interesting story. It is not an interesting start, and I don't care about the fact that Pip uh, is like very young at the beginning. Not that relatable. Like too slow for modern day standards. Even when I was a kid, I can't imagine now. Laura read some more, recorded your 2025 planner unboxing. Ooh, might need to check that out and see what you got. Hey, Brennan, how are you? I read that as slipping into sharp objects, and I was like, don't do that. That sounds horrible. But I'm glad you're reading about sharp objects, or the book called Sharp Objects. I know, right, Olivia? Can't wait to see. Plus what, John? What are we talking about? Olivia, we lose to the villains, but we had so much fun. Oh, darn. So close. Well, I'm glad you enjoyed your game. And who are the villains to the villagers? Like, because I'm assuming you're playing as a villager in the game. And Natalie was peeling lots of garlic to blend up and freeze. Okay, for easy cooking. Yep, been there. I have done that. How did I do that one time? I bought peeled garlic from Costco one time and did that with that. They have like the fresh peeled garlic that comes in like the gigantamungo Costco size bag. And I put it in my food processor and had that chop it up, and then froze a crap ton of garlic. And then everything was garlic for a very long time. It was great. So, but I applaud you for actually peeling the garlic yourself and chopping it yourself. Or you said to blend up, but still, you have to like chop some parts of it to be able to peel it. So good for you. And current you hates future. but future you will appreciate. That is so true. That is so true. And it'll last a while, so only every now and then. Hey, Donna, you finished your sprints. Oh, yay. And lunch with your hubs. Very nice. Pick up a book before your kids get home, but you're also tired. Oh, well, maybe a nap sprint is due. Hope your sprints went well, Donna. And the prologue is pretty much a novella. Yeah. That's a really good point, Kathy. I bet you if that was published nowadays, it would be published as a novella instead of, how like they do the like book 5.5. I bet that's what would have happened to his prologues. Yep. I could even see that with the first book is it would have come out as a prologue. They would have been like, yeah, you're not doing that to somebody. And Rachel is still lollygagging. In fact, why don't they just republish it like that, right? Rachel's still lollygagging, okay, on Grace of Kings, because it's thick, yeah. But you promised someone it'd be your September read. Oh, good luck with that, because September's chugging along. People would have to kill if we lived in the type of world in the book. Okay, you'd never be in the book where you could, I know, or be in a world where you would play God. Yeah, I know. That was the part that I was like, oh, that's like that was a crazy concept of that book for sure. And only pretended to read Great Expectations. Yeah, I own Great Expectations. I definitely want to read it again. I started it a little while ago, but then like ended up in a buddy read and put it down and never picked it back up. And I think I'll like it better now than the 2 or 3 times I read it in school, in like middle school and high school. But even then, when I was reading it, I was like, why would they think, even 20, 30 years ago, that this would be something that this age group would enjoy? Like, I don't know. You were saying you finished. Oh, okay. You finished it. Okay. Olivia, we were the heroes. Okay, that should have defended the villagers. Oh, okay. Oh, you were so close. Poor villagers. And Nicole, you really enjoyed Great Expectations. Yeah, most people I know, which is why I want to reread it, who have read it as an adult, like Great Expectations. For some people, it's their favorite book. In all honesty and fairness, there were quite a few people in my school when I read it who liked it. I guess I should admit, I was in the minority. I was one of, like literally and figuratively, but I was one of the few people who did not like it. I was like, this is boring. It was just so, for me, I had just read better books at the time and better like adult fiction and classic books at the time. And I was like, why have all the books that exist are reading this? And I'm pretty sure it's just because Pip was a young protagonist. And they sent you an email, that they were going to cancel your homeowner's insurance because you didn't return a form. Oh my God. And you never received it in the mail. Don't you love that? That's like me and my bank. My bank is like arguing with me because I updated our address and I put in a P.O. box in a place where apparently you can't put a P.O. box address. And so they were like, we're going to close your account because, money laundering. And I'm like, I'm not laundering money. Like, I moved. And they're like, well, just come into the bank and prove to us your change of address. Your bank doesn't exist where I moved. I'm not traveling states to go into your bank. So they're like, well, fine, you can send us this letter. So mail us to our P.O. box. And I was like, gotcha. You get one, I don't. Okay. Because you're not laundering my money. Anyway, I can relate, Anne. Okay, that was the last comment that I can see. So we'll go back early into our sprint. I am trying to make it, guys, to the end of the chapter that I'm on. And I'm just like a page and a half away because I would like to go for a walk while it's nice and sunny outside, though rather cool. But I need to get to the end of the chapter because it'll make it easier for me to find my place in the audiobook. So my plan for this sprint is I'm going to read the next 2 pages so that I can switch to the audiobook. And then I am going to go for a walk, and then I will be cleaning the rest of the sprint. And I will probably also make, I think I need to send an email. Yeah. I wasn't able to send an email last sprint because of everything else I was doing. So that is my plan. Hopefully you guys have good plans for what you are going to be doing this sprint. And yeah, let's get back to it. I will see you in an hour. Happy sprinting. Hello and welcome back. How was everybody's sprint? That went really fast. Is it just me, or did it seem like that buzzed by? So wardrobe change because I didn't want to go outside in all my sweats. So I am ready to go for my walk. I didn't manage to fit it in during this sprint because I ended up realizing I was super hungry. I'm actually still hungry because what I had was not enough. So yeah, but I got dressed and ate some food and listened to my audiobook these last couple of minutes. I also listened to my classical song of the day for Year of Wonder. However, I'm realizing for whatever reason, I think it's partially the narrator on the particular version of Bleak House I'm using is not working. I listened to it for those 5-10 minutes there. I couldn't tell you for the life of me what just happened in the book in those 10 minutes. Comprehension went way down. So on my next sprint, instead of reading Bleak House, because I do want to go for a walk, I'm going to look at what else is on my TBR and see what else I can get an audiobook of and go with that instead. Because yeah, that's not working. And yeah, that's it for me for that. Yeah, so on my next sprint, I'm probably going to have some more lunch. Well, I'll probably find an audiobook, listen to that while I make more lunch, eat the rest of the lunch, and then go for a walk. So, and then hopefully spend the rest of the day reading Bleak House because I really am enjoying it when I understand it, which apparently is not on the audio for this. All right, when we left off with you guys, I can't get the comments to start commenting. Okay, well, that one works. Why won't this one unstart? Okay, there we go. Why didn't you send the form in the email? Oh, the form. Okay, so Anne and I were talking about all the things that companies make us do, and I agree. And nowadays, why wouldn't they just send you an email form, even if you had to print it out? And the same thing I thought with my bank, I was like, why didn't you just call me? You have my information, you call me about other issues. I don't know. I don't always get what's going on. Angela, during last sprint, finished The Legend of Sleepy Hollow. Short, yeah, it is, but a 4-star rating. Nice. You're onto a Neil Gaiman kick, so you think you'll jump into Ocean at the End of the Lane. I've heard excellent things about that book, so I hope you enjoy it. Marcella got back from ballet class. It was fun. Okay, you're going to be sore tomorrow. All right, well, it's a good sore, right? And you showered, made yourself a cuppa, and you're ready to wind down with a book. Sounds good. And I bet your body will be ready to wind down too. And hello, Cottage Goth. How are you? Happy Monday to you as well. Oh, you hate calling people 30 minutes on hold. To be told to call back later? No, I hate when they do that, Sue. Yeah, at least if you're going to have me sit on hold for forever, just let me continue to sit on hold. Or I do sometimes like the ones that give you the option for a callback. My eye doctor had that, though I did learn you do lose your place in line, or at least there's 2 different lines or something like that, because I made use of the fact at the time that I had both a landline and a cell phone. So I stayed on hold on one and did the callback with the other, and I put the callback in first. And it occurred to me 15 minutes later to also call and sit on hold. Sitting on hold got me a call faster. So go figure. And Cherie went to the library, grocery store, got emissions on the car, back to work, got a lot done. And did finish personal 4-star and going to start In Every Generation for Mystic Readathon. Fun. And yay for finishing, right? And being so productive in the adulting. I know, seriously, Cherie did all the things. And hello to Lena. And yay for finishing. I know. Hey, Metzley, how's it going? Good day. I'm doing well. I hope you're well too. Got back from uni. Okay, doing homework, but planning on reading April Curses and May Hearses. Fun, cozy mystery. Love it. You finished Raven Boys. Oh, you loved it. Yay. Good. I'm glad you gave it a chance and it worked out well for you. And read 15 pages in Cats and Crimes. SMT, hello, welcome. Nice to have you here. How are you doing? Let me know if there's something you would like me to call you other than SMT. Otherwise, that's just how I'll refer to you. And thanks for joining us here on my channel. Let us know what you're up to today if you like. And Nicole, starting the Strain trilogy. I don't think I know that one. Haven't heard of it. It's a good time for spooky stories, right? Yeah, I think so. Lots of people are doing it. Why not? Go for it. Not a good time for spooky stories for me. Wow, my sweater, I'm realizing, smells very heavily of fabric softener. I'm like, every time I move this arm, and it's just this arm. I don't know if this arm like had the fabric softener clung up in it. I don't even use fabric softener. It would have had to be a dryer sheet. It's not like overpowering, but every time I wave this arm, I get a very fresh linen scent going across. Oh, distractions. Natalie, 70% through. Wow, yeah, it is helping you get through that. You thought it was going to take you forever. No, you're tearing through the book, Natalie. Good job. Hey, Han, how are you? Nice to see you, Hannah. I haven't seen you in a while. Popping in to say hi and do some studying and drop a like before heading to dinner. Ooh, where are you guys going for dinner? What kind of food? Thanks for stopping in and saying hello. And John, the book writing style is good, but some of the things the characters do make you feel uncomfortable. Oh, I could see that given the premise of the book. Yeah, let's hope, John, that's how you're supposed to feel and not just like the author was fine with it and thinking this is totally normal and you're like, disturbing. Oh gosh, that's interesting. I haven't heard anybody say that about that book. Dina, comprehension level goes way down with audio. Yeah, I can only listen to easy books on audio. That is typically true for me as well, Dina. That is a good point. Every now and then I can listen to some Charles Dickens, but I don't know what I was thinking. In general, particularly with Charles Dickens, I think it's just a combination of multiple factors. It like audio for him brings my comprehension down to like I don't words are being spoken into my ear in theory. But I guess that's a good point. I am also there. I'm not an auditory learner, so I don't know why I'm acting like I can't believe I'm not understanding what's happening in this book. Yeah, so good point. Look for an easy book on my shelf in audio. Alicia picked up the little ones. Okay, getting a snack, looking through 2 titles. Ooh, 1 credit sale on Audible. Ooh, for those of you with Audible credits. Going to read more Death Note. Nice. And Dina's listening to The Ocean at the End of the Lane on audio in the car. Unsure how you feel. Oh, it's darker than you expected. Okay, that makes sense then because I have gotten the sense that it's kind of dark, which is why I haven't picked it up yet. You have 5 pages left for today's share of David Copperfield. Yay, I'm glad you're enjoying it overall. That sounds like there's some parts you're not enjoying, though admittedly, it depends on what part you're at. If it's a part that involves a certain female, you won't enjoy it. You won't enjoy her for a while. You may never enjoy her. In fact, there's one edition of movie adaptation of David Copperfield. It's the most recent one that's come out. But I love what they do with her character. Everything about her character is everything I felt about her character. In fact, that's one of my favorite adaptations of David Copperfield, even though a lot of people are like, this doesn't stick totally to the storyline. Some of it doesn't make sense. I think the director of that movie hit spot on how the book made me feel and how like it was more instead of a direct adaptation, to me it was more a felt adaptation. Like, this is how the book makes you feel, this is how you feel about and think about the characters in general. Like, it was more of a intuitive film adaptation, I felt like, than a like logical direct adaptation. But I really enjoyed that one. I love all the adaptations of it, but that's one of my favorites. Hello, Teresa. How are you? Busy weekend? Okay, probably spent most of the time cleaning the kitchen or going back to catch up on your chat. Oh, you did have a busy weekend if it took you all that time, but here you are, and you hate not knowing what you're all talking about. I know that feeling. There's been times where I've done that, where I'm like, wait, what were we talking about? I missed something. And John, what was your rating for Scythe? I've never read it, John. I've just heard a lot of people talk about it. And I don't know if I'll read it because I've learned that I like dystopian a lot. But when the dystopian becomes like more fantasy in style, if that makes sense, I don't enjoy it as much. And I don't enjoy uh, young adult dystopian as much either, because I tend to find that, oddly enough, it's darker or more graphic. And Scythe definitely sounds graphic. Let me know if that's correct. And you're leaning towards a 3 isn't convincing me to read it. And just the dining hall. Okay, well that makes sense. Oh yeah, because you're like school. How's school going so far? And Christina, calendars are done. Nice. Playing the mindless game to recharge your creative juices before you start to do some watercolor. Nice. You and Metzley could get together or Nani rather, could get together and do all the watercolor things. Oh no. I wasn't gonna say who it was, but yeah. Oh yeah, the point that she was so annoying. That's true. It was the point. And like my feelings about her changed over the course of the book, but they started out rough. But have you seen the newest adaptation of David Copperfield, Dina? I'd be really interested to know if you thought the same that I did, that it was a good adaptation, so long as you were willing to go with a loose one that was more like intuitively the intentions of the book rather than a literal translation of it. And Viviana fell asleep. Oh no. Nap sprint. And you go, oh, okay. Yeah. It was. It was so much fun. And I loved all the relationships. I think he got the feel of all of the relationships perfect. And in the movie, Dora was just, I was like, okay, this guy gets Dora. Because, like, in some of them, like, she's just like very sweet. And like and she was in that one too, but like I like her final line in that movie. I'll just leave it at that. Oh yes, thank you for the reminder to hydrate, Christina. And Metzley's getting a little scared. Oh, that you're able to read way more than last semester. Okay, so you feel like you're missing something. Oh yeah. Yeah, I know that feeling. I remember I had a light semester one time and I like panicked partway through and was like, am I forgetting to go to a class? I wasn't. And you're probably not either. You're probably just getting used to it. And you seem like you have good study habits. So at some point, it does get easier. Maybe you've reached that point. And Anne received the Lion Woman of Tehran. Oh, nice. In the book of the month. I did read it. I really enjoyed it. I thought it was really good. If you've read Lisa C's The Secret Fan, Lily in the Secret Fan, somebody in the Secret Fan. I don't know why I'm doing this. This is supposed to be my fan. Whatever. If you've read that book, something in the Secret Fan, it reminded me a lot of that book in terms of it uses the same like plot device, but I think it did a better job with the plot device and it didn't feel long towards the end of the book. But there was a little section at the end of the book that I was kind of like, where are we going? And I don't know that I like that bit, but overall, I liked it. I hope you enjoy it. I'll be interested to hear what you have to say. And 3 weeks in college and loving it. Oh, is this your freshman year, Hannah? Did I miss that? It is. Oh my gosh. Oh, that's so exciting. Congratulations to you. Different pace from high school, but you don't hate it. Yay. Just so much studying. That is so true. I feel like that's a little secret to like college that nobody says is like, yeah, you only have 4 classes and you have a lot of discretionary time to do whatever you want with. But that whatever is going to be studying if you want to keep the grades and good grades that you probably had in high school. So yeah, yeah. But the good news is that hopefully as your college career goes on, you get to take more and more classes of your choosing that you like and get more into your own subjects so that by like the time you're a year or two, you'll love all the classes. The studying won't be as much studying because you'll be studying things of interest. And yeah, so I hope that happens for you. I know my son, he's in his freshman year in college and he's loving one of his classes. It's on like naval military history, which he did a whole project in high school on. So he said he's absolutely loving the class. He's nerding out on it and he's reading the textbook during his free time. Or like when he's ahead and like has downtime, like that's his book of choice because he's also a reader. Totally different reading material than me, but I'm not going to complain as a mother. The humor in the adaptation was spot on. Yeah, I agree. I thought he got Charles Dickens' humor like to perfection, brought that to life so well because there are so many parts of David Copperfield that are funny that I thought like were missing out of some of the adaptations. Like some of them, I was like, this is a really serious movie. It was not a serious book throughout. Um, you're reading A Dance with Dragons. Nice. Sounds like a good fantasy. And you have 4 classes that really require studying. What's your major? And 3 hours a day is still not enough. Yeah, it's an adjustment. Yeah. I would say for most college classes, you're probably going to find that you're going to have to study 2 hours a day for every hour you're in class, if not 3. Yeah. So like 12 hours of studying. Like go to class, eat, sleep, study. It gets better though. It does. But good job. Rock it out. Enjoy that dinner with your friends. And congrats on being in uni. All right, that was our bell, and that was the last comment that I can see. So let's go back into a sprint because I've got lunch and hopefully a walk to do. So hopefully you guys have a good sprint as well. And I want all the minutes and seconds. So there we go. And I'll see you all in an hour. Happy sprinting. Hello and welcome back. How did everybody's sprint go? Mine went well. Let's see, made myself a peanut butter and jelly sandwich. I looked for every book on my TBR on Libby and ended up needing to switch to Hoopla. And then I was able to go for a walk. So during that sprint, for the most part, I listened to, I'll say it correctly, Basil by Wilkie Collins. And just got through basically the exposition of the story where he's laying out the characters. It seems like it's mostly going to be a character driven novel, but I don't know because we're just now going to get into the story. I made it on audiobook to the beginning of chapter 6, which is only page 24 in this book, despite the fact that it starts on page 1. And I had the audiobook on 1.5 times speed, but the print is pretty small in this book, so that's probably why. And talk about yellowed pages here. It looks like there's a white photocopy in the middle of my book. But I love that. This is a book that I don't think is actually in print anymore. So maybe it is by Oxford World Classics. But I bought this copy used. So I'm listening to this. This is going to be a very interesting story. From what I can gather, it's the story of a younger son, which means he's not going to inherit the estate or any of the money, and he's got to figure out his own way in life. He comes from a upper class family, they're not aristocracy, but they're high enough in class that they can hang out with the aristocracy. This is 1800s in England. And it's interesting because he is kind of not doing what his dad wants. His dad's a super prideful person, but is very into their lineage. They come from good Roman stock kind of situation. And his dad doesn't care whether or not you have a lot of money. The only thing he cares about is your lineage. So if you didn't come from super far back, Ice Age practically, you could be practically a prince and he would blow you off for the commoner back there who has a last name that is Roman. So so that's what's going on. So he's kind of introduced his family members. He's in an interesting family situation. He wants to be a writer, but he's taking the bar and is going to be a lawyer because he'll do a lot of writing in there and I guess have time to write. I don't know. So we'll see where this goes because like I said, the story, the main part of the story hasn't really happened yet. And apparently he's going to tell me the story of how he ended up basically being cut off from his whole family, no longer talks to his dad, but that if you listen to his side of the story, you may realize that he should be forgiven for everything that happened and went wrong. Sounds intriguing. However, I have discovered already why I think this is no longer a popular book, if it ever was, by Wilkie Collins, which he described his sister in terms that would definitely not work nowadays. It was she's the most wonderful person, even though she's not beautiful, because her best quality is how feminine she is and how womanly. And then he goes on to describe all her feminine charm. And it's things that are not considered feminine nowadays. And he also takes the time to point out that there are a lot of women nowadays who aren't acting feminine and who think they can do all the things that the men can do and, act and talk like men. And he might have said something about wearing pants as well. So I was like, yeah, no, you did yourself in there. Nobody's reading this book by you anymore. But I am, because I'm interested. And this book is ripe for gender studies, because somebody would really, gender and historical studies, that would probably be the best lens in which to read this book. So I'm going to keep that in mind as he goes on about all the feminine things. Whereas his brother, on the other hand, is isn't interested in a woman if she's not partially a seductress. So men with problems in this book. Anyway, how did your sprint go? Metzley said they sent you to English the beginning level. So now you have to fight your spot with the principal. Yeah. Like what? Why? How? Who made that call? Do we all need to stick up for you? Marcella said, it's bedtime. You're very welcome. Thanks for joining us. And I hope you have a good night's sleep. You're probably already gone because that was only 15 minutes ago. And Viviana, you're still here. And Natalie, the kids are back home. Okay. Oh, thanks for joining us. Yes, you're very welcome. You did get a lot done. Yes. And start at 34. Yeah, wow. Yes, you're almost done. Hopefully you'll be able to finish it tonight, Natalie. And yeah, that's what you're saying. Exactly what you're saying. Or tomorrow morning. Yeah, true. You have Furia on the deck for audiobook portion of your tandem reading. Nice. And Brennan didn't read that much, but had some dinner. What did you have for dinner, Brennan? We're always interested. You enjoyed Basil. Okay, it was a guilty pleasure. Why a guilty pleasure? Do I want to know? Will that be like a spoiler? I feel like I'm going to enjoy it as well, even though he's going to be like, on that cusp for his time period. Like this is a time period that he's writing in that it was definitely, I want to say, before the suffragist movement started to happen, but as it was building momentum. So historically, it's an interesting time period for him to be writing in, and he's definitely sharing his opinions and thoughts on this. And by the way, like the author Wilkie Collins was kind of in interesting relationships himself during his lifetime. So I'm not surprised that he just wants the women to be women because he definitely liked women. Alicia cleaned your desk and ordered a snack box for your daughter's class. Oh, you have snack duty next week. Well, that sounds fun. Love a good snack box. Oh, speaking of snack boxes, I think it was my niece's first year. She lived with us through high school. After she moved out, one of the things that we did, I think for almost like a year, was we sent her like those like variety snack boxes because I was just like, here, have snacks. Because I know how that is when you like first leave home. You're like, this bag of potato chips is really expensive. And I can eat that or have real food. So I was like, maybe if I buy her snacks, she'll opt for real food. Don't know if that happened. Christina going to be working on some pen and ink watercolor. Ooh, that's fun. Dusting, moving furniture, watching a show. Very nice. What are you watching? Kathy, scared the living daylights out of you. Oh no, I'm sorry. I always try to not be too loud when I say hello and coming back. Oh, you left and came back. So you're watching every single dish you own and deep cleaning. Oh, wow, you're getting it done, Kathy. Good deal. But yeah, sorry for scaring you. I've totally had that happen. Olivia sprint hopped, posted your bookstagram, yay, and finally started to read chapter 24. Nice. Hydrating, yes. Amy finished 5 pages of David Copperfield, took a quick nap, and picked up your daughter from sports. Nice. Getting it done. Amberly read one more short story, The Child That Went with the Fairies. Ooh, that sounds good. Reading a short collection of his stories as a second book for Shorty September. Wow, very cool. And Dina got a couple of chapters done in our mutual friends. The chapters are blessedly short. Oh, that's nice. Yeah, it is nice when the chapters are shorter because I feel like because it takes me longer to read Dickens, I kind of need shorter chapters so I have a good place to stop. Like that's why it was taking me so long to like go on my walk because I was like, this chapter in Bleak House won't end. And Metzley couldn't read but played an audiobook. Oh, The Art of War, Sun Tzu's Art of War. And don't know what you were expecting from the book, but that was not it. I think I've attempted that book before, and I also was like, what? Interesting. Sue finally finished all your phone calls, found out there really isn't any help out there. No, Sue, no. I hope you find something. The females are all little doll props. Yeah, it was bad even for Wilkie Collins. Yeah, I already got that sense just from what he described as being wonderful in The Sister. And I want to read the introduction when I'm done because I also wonder, like, is that how Wilkie Collins felt, or is that just supposed to be part of Basil's characterization? Because that's always like, a careful line you have to make is just because an author has a first person narrator and they make them a certain way and they're saying things, is that actually the author's perspective? So we'll see. You had to DNF Scythe, John? Oh, just not the author based on this book. Okay. Okay. Fair, fair, fair. Okay. So you're going to start number 4, hoping it's better for you. Wait, you're going to start number 4 in the series? After DNFing the first book? I'm like going back and reading your other comment. Based on this first book I have ever had. Oh, okay, clarify, John. I'm confused. And please, thank you. Yeah, I don't know how it happened, but some of my classmates were mad that you were not going to have that class at all for this semester. So they told the principal about it as well. Yeah, that's crazy, Metzley. Yeah, I hope that gets fixed here for you because just based on your reading and writing skills alone, that doesn't make sense to me at all. And yes, you agree with your points. It just didn't feel like high quality reading, and the females were just so poorly drawn. Yeah, which is interesting because usually his females are pretty good. Like even in his short story that I read by him, Miss or Mrs., he had a very fascinating female. I mean, she was still a little swoony and all this, but you know, good by Victorian standards, not amazing, but good. But you're still very intrigued by it. Yeah, I am definitely intrigued. So it'll be interesting. I'm not expecting 5 stars out of it because it's one of his that I hear no one talk about. So I'm hoping for like a 4, I'd be happy with. And hi, Jamie. How are you? How are you? Let us know what you're up to. Hannah got sidetracked, but finished one of your 4 sets of pages. Yay. For the day. Good job. Jamie has been reading the best American science fiction and fantasy anthology. Okay. Oh, yeah, but there's an arc. Oh, and you have one of the new kittens on your lap. Oh, IKEA. What a cute name. No, the book. Oh, okay. I was like, John, you're starting number 4. Okay, you're starting the book. I am number 4. Okay, see, that goes back. That's like Brittany's book, which was like, my mind is different. These books that could actually be sentences are confusing. Actually, and gonna be paying for 700. Oh yeah, yeah. No kidding. Okay, well that needs to get figured out quickly then. IKEA the kitten is adorable, fluffy black kiddo with a black leg that looks like it was assembled wrong. Oh, has all the parts just not in the right order, lined up right. Oh, yeah, that does sound like IKEA. Oh, little kitty. Okay, there's a book. Okay. Thank you. Well, I hope that book goes better for you, John, than Sight. And you think that's why they're mad because you will not make that payment, but they will. Yeah. Okay. I got you. Yeah, that's got to get figured out because that's not fair to anyone, really, right? Well, I hope that all gets resolved for you and quickly because the school year is bumbling along. All right, so what am I going to do? I am going to start out. I have a whole bunch of dishes that I need to wash and put away, and I need to empty the dishwasher. So I'm going to spend 15 minutes doing that. And while I do that, I will continue or go back to listening to Basil. And then once I have finished that or have hit 15 minutes, I will spend my 45 minutes reading Bleak House because I do want to see what's going to go on in that. So let me get our screen back up here. And our timer is just about to go off. So that was good timing there for that chat. And there we go. I'm just going to go ahead and let it bing, and then it'll take us straight into our next sprint. I couldn't even think of what it was called. And yeah, I hope you guys have some happy reading or listening this sprint, whatever you are doing. And I will see you in an hour. I'm like all locked and loaded and ready to go. All right. I'll see you guys in an hour. Happy sprinting. Hello and welcome back. How was everybody's sprint? How'd you all do? My sprint went really well as planned. I did some cleaning while listening to Basil, and yep, it is starting to pick up now, just like I thought it would. Or I don't even know that it's fair to say pick up. Like I was intrigued from the beginning, but I'm now out of the exposition and like the life-changing, inciting event has happened and things will never be the same again for our narrator. Or will they? I don't know. But I'm really interested to see where this is going to go because he's kind of shocked that his world has been changed. And uh, I hope what seems likely to happen isn't going to be what happens. But then, based on the beginning, I feel like that's going to be what happens. Anyway, so I listened to Basil for 15 minutes, and then I spent the rest of the time working on Bleak House. I am now up to page 106. I think I started at 70 something today. Yeah, I think I started on 74. So I've read 30 pages in this so far, and yeah, there's just these two characters in here that I feel really unsure about. One, I like, he's got to be a bad guy. Like, he's got to be. The other one, questionable. And this book is really interesting. So far, for Charles Dickens, there's very few points of view. There's two. And it's interesting how he does this. This is not a spoiler at all for any of you who might want to read this book. But one of them is a first person narration. And so you have a young lady speaking directly to you. And the other perspective, as far as I can tell so far, is a third person omniscient narrator. So that's very unusual. Like, I don't feel like I've read a book before that goes back and forth like very distinctly, like two very different points of view and perspectives and voices and feel between having this, female narrator telling somebody a story. And she says that she's recounting it. So like she's sort of breaking the fourth wall, but I don't know that she's speaking to the reader or that the reader is supposed to be general public and not a reader within the story. And then you have the third person omniscient narrator who's just telling the story, but is consistently telling what's going on in a different household. So it's a very interesting narrative structure, the way he's done it. And I'm liking that. I'm finding that intriguing. Like I just finally in these last, today in these 30 pages figured out, oh, is this how we're working things? So that's what's going on in my reading world. Let's see what's going on in yours. And sorry, I have like weird sunlit glow going on here. Sue's going to wash dishes. Yeah, I did the same and listen to your audiobook. Nice. We did the same thing, Sue. And hello, Jessica. How are you? Yes, of course you get here when a sprint literally starts. Oh no. Oh, and then now you're sprinting. I'll still have to swing by and say hi. And you're mainly editing today. Okay, finish the book that you were going to read on sprints. Oh no. So now what do you, well, so then that's why you're editing, because you already finished your thing. And hello, Vinette. Can you tell me I am become an inspector in 2024? I have no idea what that means, so I couldn't tell you how to become one. And hello, Atia. How are you? I'm just going to go ahead to see if, yeah. I hope you are doing well this afternoon. Let me know what you're reading or working on. Viviana has read 100 plus pages. Nice job. And that's your reading maximum for the day. Oh, you're very welcome for hosting. Have a blessed week as well. And that is great. On to other things. Hey, Paul, how are you doing? Good to see you around. I never made it back the other day. I don't remember what we ended up doing, but I was like, I guess I'm not going to make it back. And Metzley has to go as well. Read 2 more chapters. Very good. You're welcome. We'll see you next week, Metzley. Mary finished reformatory, 4 stars. Very good. You're welcome for the company. You guys got a lot done today. Hey, Alex, how's it been? It's been a long week. It's only Monday. It can't be a long week already. Glad to make it here. Yes, I'm glad you made it as well. And reading The History of Sound. Oh, like actual like sound? That's pretty cool. I hope you enjoy it. And Alex and I, we had a fun time last week and over the weekend. We buddy read Strange the Dreamer together and talked about it on Voxer and had all sorts of thoughts about all sorts of things. And we're both like, okay, we'll do the next book soon. And Brennan read not a lot. Hopefully, you'll read in this last sprint for you. Oh, yeah. Hopefully, you'll get some more reading done if that's what you want to do. Hannah's closer to getting done, but not where you want to be. Okay. Gonna hang around for the chatty bit and head out for dinner, and then you'll pop back in after dinner, depending on what time you get back. Sounds good. Sounds good. And Julia, hello. Just got in from work. You're reading the third, Percy Jackson. Very nice. I hope you had a good day at work today. And Jamie read another story in your book. Okay, swap the kittens. I like how you're just like, I'm just picturing you like moving kittens along. That's so funny. And this one is Fierce. I thought you were talking about your book, The Kitten, Fierce Black and Tiny. Valeria. Okay, one of the female warriors in the Conan books. Isn't that also a flower or something? I feel like there's something else with that same name. Listen to your audiobook while you did the dishes. You have about an hour and a half to finish. Okay, you should be able to finish that tonight then, if you want to. And Lisa's 30% into Finley Donovan is killing it. I'm not sure how you feel about it yet. Okay, you like it, but don't love it. Okay, fair. I feel like maybe it's the ending, middle towards ending that people like better. So hopefully that turns out to be true for you. And it's only Monday, but it seems like it's been 5 days. I don't feel like it's been like a long day or week. I feel like the day's just gone by really fast though. And I don't know how it's already like almost 6 o'clock. So I will be starting dinner in the next sprint, which means I will go back to listening to Basil. Probably, well, I've just got to throw chicken in the oven, so that shouldn't take that long. And yes, you keep posting TBRs and you keep jumping on the buddy reads. Always a fun time. Totally agree. And History of Sound is short stories. Okay, maybe. Oh, so is it fiction then? Like not short. I mean, how are you gonna have short story nonfictions? And they're called essays. Okay, right. So short stories. Okay, the first one was about recording folk songs. So maybe the title is from that. Oh, okay. Like the title might just be the one. Interesting. Okay, let me know. You feel the same as Anne. Yeah, because you're like long week on Monday. A medicinal plant. Okay, that's what I was going to say because I almost said that. I was like, is it a plant or okay? Interesting. Now I wonder if the plant gets its name from what you were talking about. Probably not, huh? I don't know. Interesting. All right. Well, I am through with the last comment, more or less so. I see one more popping in, and I'll get to that. But it is 6 o'clock, which means we're coming down on our last couple of sprints. So I won't run the timer out during our breaks. I'll just run out the comments if need be and get us back into our sprints. Hello, good afternoon, Jess. You're new here. Well, thanks for joining. I'm glad you did. Oh, since you saw my video in the live section. Yes, well, great. We've got a couple of sprints left to go. I will be on until 9, and we're doing about 1 hour sprints, and then we take like a 10 to 15 minute break at this time of day, usually just however long it takes to read the comments. So 10 minutes or less, basically, is what I aim for. And Christina got the first coat of watercolor done on 4 bookmarks. Ooh, you're doing bookmarks. Ooh, that sounds fun. I should do that. I like that, Christina. Hey, Stormy, how are you? Keep meaning to pop in. I know I need to go and pop in on everybody's sprints, whoever's sprinting, before I then go and start dinner and like getting into the sunshine there. And oh, you got number 5. Okay, gotcha. Or of 5 on 5 bookmarks. I'm struggling to read here, guys. All right, that's the last comment I see for now. So let's go ahead and jump into our next sprint so we can make the most of the time we have left together here. I'm going to go ahead and restart it, and I'll see you all in an hour. Happy sprinting, happy reading. and enjoy dinner if that's what you are going to do. Okay, somehow, by the magic of time, another sprint has gone by. I really don't understand where today is going. But I am currently, let's see, I think I am now on chapter 10 or 11 in Basil. And I'm really enjoying it. It's moving quite along. I think Wilkie Collins in general does a pretty good job with pacing in his books. And this is a shorter one by Wilkie Collins, so it's definitely like continuing to move. And yeah, I don't know. I have mixed thoughts as to where I think this is going to go. I think the conflict in the book that has come up is one that I should have seen, but because I expected the book to go in one direction, I'm kind of surprised by what's happening. Yeah, so I just listened to Basil for pretty much that entire sprint. The next sprint, I am probably going to be having a dinner sprint, and then I will finish the day by reading some more of Bleak House. Because the only issue I am having today is that these two books are both Victorian lit, so I guess I'm actually participating in Victober, and these two guys were friends, and their writing styles are different. But there's just enough overlap that I can almost forget that this book isn't part of that book. Anyway, reading problems, right? And so, oh gosh, no. Oh no. Oh no. I saw a glimpse of the bottom of the comments, and I'm just going to be, oh, I'm seeing Alicia's comment. This is horrible. Okay, let me go through the first couple of comments and still pretend I didn't see that. It's only 6, but you feel ready for bed, Anne. I feel ready for bed now. Like, let's just end the day, guys. And hello, my book called Life. You made it. Yay. Reading a cozy mystery. And then here's the worst news ever. James Earl Jones passed away at 93. I'm so sad. Okay. Let's keep going. Somehow. You're welcome, Dina. Oh, I'm glad you got 3 chapters done. Yay. And I will see you next Monday as well. Hello, Jamie. How are you? Oh, gosh. I know. Oh, don't say that. The voice of our generation, Jamie. You're going to make me cry. Oh, you finished the work day. Yes, excited to sit in air conditioning. Oh, goodness. Is your work not air conditioned, Jamie? Ay, ay, ay. Okay, well, I'm glad you get to, sit under a fan or something, too, and cool down. And Sue had some baked potatoes for supper. Ooh, listened to a chapter in Frostbite and read a chapter in Cats and Crimes. And now you're going to take a short power nap. Do it, Sue. Enjoy. Yeah, time is weird today. I don't know what's going on today. I'm like, the day is somehow still going, but super fast. Like every hour feels like about 10 to 15 minutes. And yeah, and then this. Now all time is going to slow down. I'm sad. And you finished another short story. You're on a roll with that book, Amberly. Good for you. You must be enjoying them too. And Jackie went for a walk with 2 of your chihuahuas. So fun. And got dishes done and made it to 75%. Yay. Nice. Doing well. And you've never read a full Dickens novel, huh, Zoe? Huh. Start with the shorter one. Like, I haven't read some of his shorter ones recently. I mean, if you want to start with the longer run, you could start with David Copperfield. But I would be warned. I generally don't like the first chapters in Charles Dickens novels. Or sometimes even the first 2. Like, I don't think they're bad. They're just, like, I could name many other authors who can start a book better than he can. And usually his first lines are good and the first couple of paragraphs are, but then like as the first chapter goes on, I'm like, what is going on in your book? So if you've tended to stop within the first couple of chapters, keep going. Even though that can be a lot of pages. I would say you have to read at least 150 pages of his longer books before you can truly say whether you like it or not. I am in Bleak House on page 100, so I lied. But it probably took me until somewhere in the 50s before deciding, yeah, I really would like this. And it would have been tempted to DNF it earlier. I could see the temptation to DNF it sooner. And yeah, he was, Alicia. And Livia's at chapter 31 of your book. Congrats. And Julia just a few pages away from finishing. Yay, do it. You can do it. And Jamie started another Conan book, Conan of Aquilonia. Oh, you can find a good name for your partially blind kitten. His sisters are Valerius, Taramis, Salome, and Ikea. But the boy is not really a Conan. Yeah, doesn't sound like it. Good question. If anybody has ideas. And Ikea got to 140 out of 396 and Goddess of the River. Nice. And John, I am number 4 is so good. Oh, nowhere near as dark as Scythe. Okay, good. And you're learning that when it comes to YA, like stories about kids on the run. I'm assuming you were going to say that you like it less dark. It sounds like you're like me, John, where like maybe you can handle a dark fantasy or sci-fi, but like only to a point. And like, yeah, I feel like there's some books that just, it's almost like dark to the point of just trying to shock you and too harsh. Yeah, a legend. Sorry to break the bad news. It's okay. And you loved him in Conan the Barbarian. Oh, yeah. And Mufasa. Yeah. Our dog's name, funny story, is Mofeta. And because, you know, it's a word you never hear. It's translated, it's a Spanish word, and more popular on the island of Puerto Rico. People would get it confused and they would always come back and call her Mufasa. They'd be like, how's Mufasa doing? And I was like, it's Mofeta, and she's good. And Darth Vader, yeah. Oh, let's not even talk about Mufasa, who I cry like every single time he dies. Every single time. Like even if it's in the background and I'm not watching it, I cry. Like I just can't, like I will start, like my tear ducts will start to build up and create pressure and my eyes will get wet and moist just at the sound of that scene starting in the background. I can't do it. Oh my gosh. And it's only 4 p.m. Yeah, it's 7 here. It feels like I don't even know what time. That's the problem. I'm in a time warp right now. And you're very welcome, Olivia. Have a good night. And you were looking at Star Wars graphic novels today. Yes, the disturbance in the force. I know. That's how I feel on the inside. I'm crying. Oh, working on another set of bookmarks while you wait for the first 6 to dry. You're on a roll, Christina. And have a good rest of your night as well, Olivia. You listen to A Christmas Carol, and that's all the Dickens you care to try. Fair. I will say, personally, Alex, I cannot listen to Dickens on audio. Like, I tried again today. I think I'm going to stop trying. Every single time I do it, I'm like, what is being said? Like, I don't know why. Like Wilkie Collins, which is funny, contemporary, literally friends. I can listen to, and like, yeah, the writing style is somewhat different. But Wilkie Collins, it could be the same narrator and I'm fine. But you have him suddenly start reading Charles Dickens and I'm like, what? Like all comprehension disappears. But it's different when I read them. Are we hydrating? I am. Jamie still I have 2 Dickens novels left, Barnaby Rudge, and A Mystery of Edwin Drood. Oh, those are 2 good ones. I know some people really like Barnaby Rudge. Yeah, I don't know why in my mind that sounded wrong. And I just recently read The Mystery of Edwin Drood, and especially for it not to be finished, I actually really enjoyed it and thought it was really well done. Maybe a little transparent, but still really well done. And Sprint hopped and finished Death Note. Nice. Good job on finishing. And Jamie found the trial related humor really entertaining in Bleak House. Yes, yes. And you immersion read it using LibriVox when my eyes were tired. Nice. Yeah. No. If I could maybe, well, no, see, immersion reading doesn't work well for me because I read faster than audios make sense. Like, I get up to a reading speed and I'm like, what is this babble in the background? It's just like a stream of sounds. And at that point, I'm like, that's distracting. So I can't do that. I have to do audio or physical reading. No, I don't have a dog anymore. She passed away in 2020. Worst year ever. So and towards the end of 2020, like as if the whole year hadn't already been bad. She passed away in September. In fact, her little doggy passing away anniversary is coming up in a couple weeks. Let's see. Next Thursday on the 19th. We will have been without her for 4 years. I still have her little statue and stuff. Oh, I can show you a picture. She's on my phone. If my phone doesn't do like the little flashy lighty thing. Let's see here. If I can get you a good picture. There's my little Moffetta. I know you can't see her eyes. In the actual picture, you can't see her eyes, but they are really dark. Oh, and there's her cute little face. She was just the sweetest little puppy. Oh, that's one of my favorite pictures of her. Okay, enough sadness. And it's weird you're a big Stephen King fan and the scythe made him feel like light reading. That's interesting, John. I wonder why that is. Like, what about it like hit you that much harder? Maybe just because it's like with kids. Do you think that had some of it to do with it, as in like the protagonist in the story? Are you doing another couple of sprints? It is 7 o'clock, so I will probably be doing, probably 2 more because we'll go back to sprinting in a moment, and then we'll probably have this sprint, and then I'm thinking one last shorter sprint is what it is. No, so I'm not ending. You have not missed it. You're fine. I do that where I come back and I'm like, wait, are they saying goodbye? What's going on? No, we're not saying goodbye. We're still sprinting. And you listen to Neil Gaiman performing Dickens' version. Oh, that I used to read at holiday events. I have heard of this. And it was entertaining, but you don't need any more of that. I'll have to listen to that. I have not read A Christmas Carol maybe ever. Or if I have, it was a very, very long time ago. And yeah, like I said, Dickens has like, especially in his narration, he can kind of go on and get wordy. And yeah, Shih Tzu. That's what she was. Yep. Sweetest little thing. She liked to play with toys and do little tricks when there was a crowd of people. Like, we never really taught her tricks. Like, we obedience trained her. But whenever we had a party or there was just a large group of people around, she would do tricks that we never taught her. Like, and not like small tricks. Like, she would put on performances and we'd like come into a room and there would be people yelling and clapping. And she would literally be in a crowd of people doing tricks that they're like, wow, we can't believe you taught your dog this. And we're like, we didn't teach our dog how to do that. She's just making crap up and entertaining people because I don't know. That breeding was hardcore, really ingrained. And yeah, I know. Isn't she a cutie? And Richard Armitage is a great narrator for Dickens or the telephone book. I love people like that. I'm pretty sure I've heard him narrate something, and maybe it was the one Dickens book that I like understood. There was one that I did do. The Mystery of Edwin Drood, I actually was able to listen mostly on audio, except for that first chapter, which is totally psycho for lots of reasons. And that is the sweetest thing. Yes, she was definitely the best companion dog ever. She was so cute. And her name actually means skunk because she actually is like the black Shih Tzu and she had a white stripe all the way down. And then her tail, which curls up over her back, was also white at the tip. So it looked like she just had, a white skunk stripe. but we didn't want to name her Skunk. So we named her Mofeta, which is a Spanish word for skunk. And anyway, people would always be like, I can't believe you named your dog Skunk. Da, da, da. But if they were visiting us in our house, she was a very quiet dog and she would just kind of wander around. And after people were over for more than 5 minutes, she would ignore them and walk away. And then at some point while they were visiting, she would like wander past in the room. I kid you not. Every single time people were like, oh my gosh, there's a skunk. Oh, it's your dog. And yeah. So I'm like, yeah, we were mean and called our dog Skunk. You just called her a skunk because out of the corner of your eye, she looks like a skunk. So that's my little doggy story. Hey, Vanessa, how are you? I hope you're well. I saw you sprinting. And one of your dogs is half border collie, the smartest breed in the world. They are super smart. Absolutely cannot learn tricks. Either that or he's like, I understand what you're saying. I'm not doing that. That is so funny. There was a dog like that in our dog training class, in the obedience class. It was a German Shepherd. I don't remember like which version of them. Super intelligent dog that was like just waiting for its humans to catch up with it. The dog was like constantly looking at them like, I am doing what you guys are asking. If you weren't idiots, you'd realize that. Like, and it would play with our dog. It loved our dog. They would play together. But our dog was a puppy. This dog was like 1.5 years. So sometimes she'd get done with our puppy being a puppy and would get like, okay, like we're done here. But it was always like in very subtle ways. Like at one point, like their dog was standing, and of course, medium height dog, and our dog's like was a runt, so very short. And so our dog, to try and get the other dog to play with her, kept jumping up and like nipping at her face and like pulling on her hair. And so all of a sudden I noticed that my dog stopped jumping up, and I was like, and I was trying to stop her, but she was just doing it. And their dog was like, whatever, looking like I'm a martyr. Here we go. Let this puppy play with me. But then I noticed our dog had stopped jumping up. I looked over, and it was because the other dog had slowly put her paw down on our dog's head until our dog was like under her paw and couldn't move. Like, I'm done. Just stay there and relax. Anyway, that was their dog. Enough dog puppy stories. John, this is exactly what you don't like reading about kids being killers. Yeah, unless they're clearly bad. Yeah. Okay. Yep. I could see that. That would be, it's disturbing on a level, like a whole new level. Yeah. Just wrapped up sprints and going to walk the pup. Well, have a good walk, Vanessa. And I hope your sprints went well. And your dog is a teeny tiny mutt. Oh, Jack Russell loves learning tricks. Yep, like yours, just to please everyone at parties. Yeah, exactly. It's like in the breed. Hello, Basra. How are you? Nice to have you here. First time I've seen you. Thanks for joining. I know I could talk about my dog all day too, so I'll stop now. For those of you who are like, Nicole, why are we talking about dogs? Let's just go back to reading. I know. Yeah. Big dog and small dog play is hilarious. Yeah. Especially if you have like a big dog that's like willing to put up with the little dog, which it is what it's usually coming down to. And if it's a smart dog, which this one was. And that dog was hilarious. Like, so funny. It was definitely too smart for its humans. Its humans were not figuring out the thing. Oh, you have a corgi. Oh, corgi, crazy Daisy. How cute. All right, dinner is ready for me, and our timer is about to go off anyway, and that's the last comment that I can see. So let's get to it because I want us to be able to have 2 more sprints. So we'll do an hour sprint now, and then probably like a 30-40-minute sprint after this one. And after the next chatty bit. So there we go. I'm not even gonna change the timer. We'll just go ahead and give ourselves an extra 45 seconds. And Besra is saying it's very comfortable to be here. Oh, great. Oh, glad to have you with us during this relaxing time. So, and I'm glad you're having a good relaxing time. Hopefully you're reading or just doing something that you enjoy during this time, as we all are. All right, we've got a little 20-second countdown, but I'm going to go ahead and let you guys get back to reading. I'm going to get to eating chicken and pasta. Yum, yum, yum. And I will see you all in an hour. Happy sprinting. Hello and welcome back. How did that sprint go for everyone? Mine went really well. I'm now on page 118 in Bleak House, and oh, we're getting the characters that are always charactering. It's just so funny. I was just chuckling to myself through this whole last section. Just the most ridiculous family has come in, and the description of the children in this family and how they feel about what's going on is just hilarious. Um, yeah, so going forward with that, I'll probably read a little bit more of that tonight after I get some dinner stuff cleaned up. I did eat dinner, so that was yum. And then I'm thinking we'll chat for a little bit here and then have like one shorter sprint. And I'm gonna go back to reading Bleak House for our last sprint because yeah, I'm definitely at the like things are up and up and like I have no idea where this story is going to go. I'll just be honest. So when we left off, Alex was driving, couldn't chime in with the dog about the dogs before, but you have a crazy Daisy, a crazy Daisy 2, a pity. Oh, nice, very nice. I think your dogs have been in your videos before, if I recall, and a Chihuahua. Okay, I feel like I've definitely seen your Chihuahuas, if not your pit. Okay, so you used to have the entertaining big little dog play to watch, but now the Chihuahua is cranky and the Pitty is so old that they don't play together. Yeah, they're like, just leave me alone, okay? Yeah, that's funny. And oh my gosh, yes, we're doing sprints again, Linda. How are you this week? Good to have you back. I hope you had a great week and weekend. And have I planned my Victober? Uh, Planned is a loose word. I seem to be doing Victober right now in September. So because we're moving into the house and I didn't think we were getting our stuff until the last week of September, I've actually already filmed my October TBR. And it does include some Victober stuff, but not a lot. Um, so yeah, probably what I'm going to do for Victober is talk about all the books all the Victorian literature that I have read, and maybe I'll tier rank it. I always like those tier ranking videos where it's like, yeah. So I might do something like that if I can figure out the site that people use to do that on. But I'm going to do more like a book recommendation for Victober, like things that I have read and loved and would be like, yeah, if I was going to add books on in Victober, those would be it. Um, so yeah, so little sneak peek of what you have to come. And you liked J.E. Jones in Field of Dreams. Oh yeah, I forgot about that movie. That's a solid movie altogether. But yeah, I liked him in there too. And Alicia finally got the kiddos to go to bed. They fought it tooth and nail. Isn't it funny how they just like will decide to do that? You cleaned up the kitchen and moved to the bedroom with the laptop and the things you want to work on. Sounds good. Cozying up for the evening. Atia got to 193 and got us at the river and made yourself some oatmeal. Ooh, I haven't had oatmeal in a few days. I need to have some oatmeal. Tomorrow might be an oatmeal day. I need a hearty breakfast for everything. And Zoe is reading the first novella in Singing Hills Cycle, 50% of the way through. Nice. And you finished supper and moved to the piano. Ooh, okay. Are you just rearranging stuff in general, or is there a reason for the piano move? At least you're not moving it from like one house to another. And Jamie had a good sprint. Yay, 35 pages. Very nice. That is a good sprint. And it was a good sprint for Jackie as well. Made it to 82%. Ooh, getting close to finishing. And Jamie may finish Dickinson Victober. Like the two that you have? That would be a good time to do it. And you need to read Vanity Fair. And yeah, Vanity Fair is, well, is it technically Victorian? I'm pretty sure it is. I may be like you, like it's Victorian in my classification. Yeah, it is because I don't think he misses the cutoff because I know like Thackeray and Dickens did not get along. So they were peers. So, but I want to say Thackeray was slightly older, but I feel like Vanity Fair, like if not, it's close enough. How about that? It's close enough. Count it. And Christina's moving things away from the wall. Oh, okay. Oh, do you know what color you're painting, Christina? I am doing, I think I mentioned, right, that we're painting our 2 lavender bathrooms in our new house. Well, we, I mean somebody else, is going to paint it, and we're doing agreeable gray. Yep, which will be a slightly warmer version of this. And you'll probably never see it because I don't know when I would ever film in those 2 bathrooms, because one of them's my son's bathroom, the other one's the guest bathroom, and like I don't generally film in the bathroom anyway, and I definitely don't know why I would film in random bathrooms in the house. So there you go. And Paul, 69 more pages and Heart of Venom. Nice. And then you're done with 66 books so far this year. Yay! Good job, Paul. That's really good, especially since he, I know, had like all that medical stuff going on. So good for you. And Jamie snuggled the 3 bigger boy kittens during that sprint. Nice. Settled on Meowreese. Oh, like Maurice, but Meowreese. But in cat, he's also black. Okay. Not much reading, but had a sandwich. Nice. Yeah, weird. No bathroom videos. Strangeness. It's not a beauty channel. Because I feel like that's where you get like the bathroom videos. Like maybe I'll do a tag video where I'm like washing my face in the most like not cute video, beauty video ever. Like here's my face with soap in it, and probably soap in my eye. Because knowing me, that's how that would go. And the wall, Irish folklore, pale green. Oh, I like that color name rather. And the ceiling, Misty Isle, which is a pale blue. Wow, I feel like we should be in Ireland by the time you're done in your bathroom, Christina. That sounds amazing. I hope you guys enjoy your color choices. And Meowies will be staying. Christopher really likes him. Aw, that's sweet. Maybe he likes your name choice too. And get ready for the day with me. Yeah. Exfoliating. While I do my tag video about books. You could do a new home tour video. You know, I would, but that would totally horrify my mom, the insurance agent. Like, I could already hear her talking about how, like, the robbers are sitting at home taking note of everything that's in my house and how that could affect my insurance premium. Like, that's where my mind goes to. And your bedroom is elephant skin. I don't know if I like that sounds like a nice color, and I can see how that would be a nice color, but like I don't know if I could do something that's a flesh, like a skin of something color name. An ancient bone. Well, why all these like graphic images? And medieval wine. Ooh, I like that one. I want to see medieval wine. I feel like, is that a darkish red? And Jamie named the new partially blind boy kitten Conan. Oh, I thought he was the one that became Yowies. Okay. You felt awfully ableist looking for other names just because he's blind. That's true. Yeah, that's true. Yeah. Good for him. Conan. And you know, maybe he'll feel more empowered too. Names mean a lot, even to animals. What if you do before you move everything in or unpack? Yeah, no, then she's gonna be like, they know all the points of entry. It's a deep paranoia. This is what happens when you grow up the daughter of an insurance agent. You know how like everything is charged and all the things that could happen, and you hear about them all. You'll see as I like film, you'll see footage of things, and there will definitely be like a book library tour type of thing. I have decided not to have a library room in this house. There will just be a library area because my favorite room in the house is the main living room. So it will probably feel like a library by the time I'm done with it. But I was like, I can't co-opt the main living room in the house as like my room that no one else can come in. I mean, I could, but I felt like that would be rude. And I know, I figure it's gray. I bet it's a nice gray too. Because like elephants just have a really nice like gray color. So, and I feel like I've also seen that color before. Oh, it's peaceful. Oh, I bet it is. I love that pop of color, a reddish purple. Yeah, I was thinking a really dark red. Yeah, like a dark Merlot. Yep, that's exactly what I was thinking. Yeah, yeah, you have no idea, Alicia. I also don't plug in, leave my um, kitchen items plugged in because that's another thing. Everything can start a fire, in case you're wondering. Anything can start a fire. Don't show any doors. Yeah, this is my house with no doors or no windows. And I'm going to walk you through it by going back and forth, upstairs, downstairs, so you have no idea of the layout of the whole home. It's just scattered rooms. That's exactly what it's going to be. And you have library walls on any wall where bookcases fit. Yep, I hear you there. And you just got your library started. It's in the hallway. Ooh, I like that idea, Christina. In fact, I have a really wide hallway, but I like having a wide hallway. But I do have a wide enough hallway that if that ever became an issue, that's dangerous, Christina. Now I know where I could put extra shelves if needed. Oh, exactly. Here's my mate's home. Exactly. Hi, I have a new home. I moved into a labyrinth. Come walk it with me. Make sure you stay to the right. Oh my gosh, you're welcome, Alicia. All right, let's go into our last sprint. We have enough time just to do a quick 30-minute one if you guys want to stay around and get another 30 minutes in. So let me pull up the timer so that we can do that. Because I definitely want to read one last chunk of, I was about to say David Copperfield. Wow, that's not the book. All right, there we go. I've got us down for 30 minutes. If you want to hang out, if you have to go, I totally understand. Happy sprinting, and I'll see at least some of you maybe in 30 minutes.